morning, one and all. I, Nidhi, welcome you back after yesterday's insightful session at Global Leadership Summit 2021, Riding the Tide Leadership in Time of Crisis. Today, we start with the introduction of our eminent speaker. With us today, we have Mr. Rohan Purduwal. He is India site head at Novartis. Pharma before his switch to clinical supplier. He is a PUMBA alumnus from first batch MBA BT. Later, he did his MS in pharmaceutical medicine from Hibernia College, Poland. He has passion for coaching people and creating high-performance teams. We look forward to hearing from you. Over to you, sir. Podwal, sir.
Thank you. I don't know if it's the connection is an issue at my. I wasn't able to hear well, but can you hear me all okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It had dropped a little bit.
Okay, perfect. So good morning. Happy Sunday. Well, what a day this is going to be, right? Let me start with congratulating to PUMBA for completing 50 years of operations, and to everyone who's played a role in making and running of PUMBA. Not many institutions in this country can take pride in this. This department has created leaders who are now sitting in senior positions, leading team and building the nation. Every now and then I come across somebody who's in a senior position and who's from PUMBA. Just the other day, I was in a seminar, a 2-3 day event, and there was this gentleman, fairly senior in the company. And we've interacted for 3 days, and while we were saying goodbyes, realized that he's also on PUMBA. So, it's great to see what PUMBA has overall achieved. It's a complete honor for me to be presenting and speaking to the students here. I actually thank everybody in the leadership of this department, the faculty, for providing me this opportunity. I do have a few special mentions to make, though. And to start with, I do want to thank Dr. Captain Chitre, sir. The last time I met him, I told him he played a special role, though unknowingly, in getting me into PUMBA. I do want to say a special thanks also to Dr. Praful Pawar, sir. I had an opportunity to interact with him a couple of times during my visits to PUMBA, where he shared with me his vision on creating more employable students and the idea of creating a database of all the alumni. And I can clearly see that difference. Like, there's a lot more alumni connect that's happening now. Also, thanks to Dr. Surbi Jain, ma'am, Professor and HOD of the department. Ma'am, we haven't had much of an interaction yet, but I do hope that in future, it will allow for such opportunities. Dr. Supriya Patil, again, somebody whom I've interacted during my campus drives. Dr. Shilpa Bhide, who's been regularly in touch with me, guiding me as we led towards this presentation. And also my ex-colleague, Dr. Atish, who himself has had a distinguished career and is usually the first person I call whenever I need some guidance around PUMBA, especially in relation to hiring, right? So I also want to make a special mention of thanks to the students, especially the students from the seminar cell. Because I'm an ex-PUMBAite, I know what it takes to create an event like this. So, it's but natural that you get nostalgic when you're doing a presentation like this, because you tend to remember your days in PUMBA. So thank you for having me over here, and to everybody who's gathered to hear me today on a Sunday morning. I hope this is going to be worth your time, right? In the next 40 minutes or so, I don't know, a quick check, ma'am. How much time do I have?
So 40 minutes would be fine, and then that will be followed by question answers.
Sure. Thank you so much. So, in the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to take you through, a bit on leadership, especially, in this current situation, in leadership in crisis, right? And how the idea of leadership has changed over a period of time, and I'm going to take you through 3 levels of it, right? Maybe initially an overall higher level in terms of what happens when there's crisis, also what do you do? What do you do differently in a situation like this? And then maybe we go a little more deeper with some clear ideas that could help. Now, if you want to make most of it, I would say do get a paper and pen, make some notes, even if they don't make sense today. I can assure you that when you go into your careers, they would make sense later on. So let me try sharing my screen. And just give me a nod once you see the screen. It's okay?
Yes, so we can see.
Thank you. So to start with, some disclaimers, of course. It's natural. This things, the points that are coming down are purely my view, and I do not, it's not necessarily the view of my company or anything else. It's based on my experience that I've gathered, and my interactions, the books that I read, etc. Right? The slides are there. You can, they're more for educational purposes, and that's out there. So like I said, it's very natural that when you're doing a presentation like this, you tend to remember your days in PUMBA, right? And of course, and it's not because I'm making a presentation over here, but I always share this. There is a Rohan before PUMBA, and there's a Rohan after PUMBA, and the difference that's there. So a few things that really stand out naturally, and one of them is getting admission into PUMBA. And back then, at least for MBA BT, PUMBA conducted its own entrance test. And there were about 3,000 people who applied for it and who wrote the exams and the GD, etc. And then they put the results on a notice board. Like, those were not the time where you could see it on the web. They put that results on the notice board, and everybody gathered in. And I still remember there were only 27 seats in the open category, something like that. And I could see everybody coming out disappointed, not getting through. And then somebody just came in and said, "I think I saw your name over there," which was like, and then I just jumped in. I looked at it. And there was my name, and I got admission into PUMBA. So something that I was very excited about. I don't know how many of you watch movies, but there's a movie called Pursuit of Happiness. And, there's this particular scene in which Will Smith gets a job. He struggles a lot, but he's finally, gets a partnership in a firm, and he gets super excited about it. And he says, this is happiness, right? This short moment is happiness. And to me, that was the exact feeling that I had, that moment of happiness there. Again, there were a lot of memories. And the other thing that stands out is when I walked out of Quintiles with an offer letter in hand. Those times, not all the companies would come to campus, but we would actually go to the company sometimes. Quintiles I went to Quintiles, and after the interview, got the offer letter, and that's been all the difference, right? So there started my journey, and for me, I would say I've been blessed, being part of the journey where I could see different facets of leadership. And the point I want to make is that the world is rapidly changing, right? And so much leadership. What do I mean by that? About for 30,000 years, we were hunters and gatherers, and we would go from one place to another for food, right? Our brains evolved for it. Our brains, were fully capable of handling that. Then for about 7,000 or 10,000 years, we were in the agricultural revolution. We learned how to sow seed and how to reap a harvest and how to make most of it. Of course, our brain evolved, and then it learned the whole thing, and over these many years, it was able to manage that very well. Then for around 1850s, maybe 1900, we entered into the Industrial Revolution. We got into machines doing all productivity and everything, multiplying productivity, and our brain was trying to slowly adapt to it. And then somewhere in 2000, there's no black and white, but then suddenly you got into knowledge economy, right? When there were things that were not tangible, things that were more knowledge based. The product was more knowledge based that was coming out, and we were hardly there for about. I don't know, we were there for about 15, 20 years, and between the industrial age and the knowledge economy, our brain hasn't had the opportunity to evolve as much. This is beautifully captured by Peter Drucker, and I think Peter Drucker is something every management student reads. He said that about 100 years from now, when people will look back to us, they're not going to talk about technology, they're not going to talk about internet or e-commerce. What people are going to talk about, that for the first time, people have so much of choices, right? For the first time, there's a need to manage yourself, and be completely unprepared for it, he said. Literally, look at it. Today, if you need any information, it's so easily available. There were days when people had to sit in the library for about 5 days to find some information. Now you just have to Google it, just have to check some database, run some checks. When I was in PUMBA, I didn't have a mobile phone. Today, show me a student in PUMBA who doesn't have a mobile phone. Even later on, when we had the phones, it were probably like bricks you would carry along, and it could do, it was a phone, right? Now you have phones that that where you can listen to music, where you can watch movies, you can surf the net, plus it can also be used as a phone. So it's really, really changing. The point I'm making is there's this huge expansion of knowledge. Information is so easily available. Everybody is is being bombarded with a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. There's connectivity, there's availability of unlimited data, and data is like the next gold mine, right? We talk about it. You have so much of data available, which is now accessible, and you have the tools with which you can actually make sense out of that data, right? You have strong computing power. Naturally, take unlimited data and strong computing power, you put them together and you have a tremendous mix. That's what is being used these days, right? With all the machine learning and artificial intelligence that we hear about. What is it? It's basically looking at variables which we were incapable of looking at as a human brain. Changes in technology, nothing, it's something that anything that you have right now is going to be outdated in about 10 years from now. It's that fast that everything is changing. There's a constant innovation that's happening. There's every time you take a product, you have Apple 1, 2, 3, 12, and then literally every now and then there's making some changes in each versions of their phones, right? Everybody's doing that. So there's this continuous innovation that's happening. All that is happening. We have the same old human brain. Now, I'm not demeaning the human brain. The human brain is a very, very powerful instrument, right? But it takes, and you ask any a person for biology, it takes time for the brain to evolve. Evolution takes time. You cannot, at least as of today, you cannot speed it up. So to me, and this is the ultimate challenge of leadership. Okay? Ultimate challenge of leadership is, how do you prepare the collective human ability to deal with the new world, right? How do you and the key word over here is collective human ability, right? It's not about one or two people, but whole set of people. Our entire progress for human beings have been our collective ability, our ability to come together and actually solve problems, right? So while this world was changing, while all this was happening and the leadership was getting prepared about it, like there were new ideas in leadership, new concepts in leadership that were coming, all that was happening, then 2020 happened, right? And you know, it's all you could see was these pictures in the news, you know, people walking for thousands of kilometers and you know, huge line of people, so many people getting impacted, so many people getting infected, so many people dying. Um, you had so many protests. We had so many in India, and then there was this Black Lives Matter, and then you know, there's this is the Beirut blast where about 200 people died in. You know, and there was floods in Hyderabad. I mean, this city barely gets rain, and in 2020 there were floods over here, right? So, uh, so all that could happen, all the negative things that could happen happened in 2020, right? So think about it in the sense, what does an employee do? He switches on the TV, he sees these pictures flashing around, right? And then this person is going to come to office, right? The person is going to come to work. Think about the mindset the person is going to have. How do you deal with it? If you want to achieve a goal, if you want to achieve success, and this is a collective mindset, it's not about one person. It's about thousands and then, you know, millions of people watching this news, and they're coming into you know, with the same mindset into their office. That's why leadership in crisis becomes such a special thing. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take you through in the next 3 slides. I'm going to take you through some pointers that could be really helpful, and they can be used in times when there's no crisis, but they are more specially used in times when there is crisis. So all with me now. What did 2020 reveal for us? You know, what did 2020 really teach us? First of all, that we live in an uncertain world and don't take normalcy for granted. You know, a lot of us have been doing that, right? I mean, if you're here listening to me, if you're healthy, um, don't take it for granted. You know, we saw what a small, tiny virus did to the entire planet. So the first thing what 2020 taught us is to be grateful, you know, to be thankful. And it's so important. Like, it's just, you know, put it like in bold, you know, right on the wall. Be grateful. That's one thing that can actually completely, you know, it's almost a productivity mantra, right? The more grateful an employee is, or a person is, forget an employee, an individual is, the more happy he would be, the more productive he would be. What 2020 also revealed to us is that panic is equally dangerous, or sometimes even more dangerous than the crisis itself. Now, you know, look at what happens to the market. Some negative news comes, it crashes down completely. It crashes because of panic. You know, somebody hears some news. I remember this was somewhere in February last year, and you know, the virus wasn't there so much in India yet. It was just coming in, and then there was a news that somebody in a neighboring building was found positive, and there was so much of panic that the entire building, I mean, our building was emptied, right? So panic can set in really, really fast, and as leaders, you need to be cognizant about it. You need to have the right amount of guidance in terms of what to do when the panic sets in. So last but not the least, when crisis hits, it reveals our previous habits, right? And when things are normal, everything is normal, everything is good, everybody comes across good, right? You know, um, when the market is up and everybody's making money, it's all great. But when crisis actually hits, it's those who have been having the right habits those individuals, those companies, those corporates that have had right habits are able to, manage the tide well. What we've seen in 2020 is those who had a good business continuity plan, those who had who had practiced these things were able to manage it much better, who had the right infrastructure, right? Companies that were giving laptops to their associates versus desktop were able to manage it well. So it reveals a lot in terms of, on an individual level, for example, people who had good medical insurance, people who had some term insurance policies, people who had saved money to manage the next 6 months. They were able to manage the crisis much better. So don't wait for a crisis to happen. Have the right habit, inculcate them in individuals, inculcate them in the, in your departments. So having said all that, crisis hits, there's no way you could, you could prevent it. It's still going to be there. So what does a leader do in times like this? How does the, the leader lead his team? Here are some few pointers, probably at a high level, again, but they apply across, right? And the first foremost thing that a leader should do in times of crisis is to show up as a leader. Show up as a leader. See, it's when things go wrong, right? I remember जब बच्चा बीमार होता है तो he looks towards his father, right? He's looking for somebody as a leader. So that's something. When people see so much of negativity going on, when people see things crashing, people see impact happening, they're looking at somebody who can lead, who can guide them. So first thing as a leader you could do is show up, attend the events that are there, be present in the meeting, show up, talk, come across well, right? Because when the leader is there, people follow, they see hope, right? Next thing a leader must do, cultivate a climate of trust. Now this is so important. If there is trust, there is a sense of hope. And without hope, everything will fall apart. We spoke about what happens when panic comes in. Well, panic is actually an indication of lack of trust, right? So if a leader, and this is something that the leader should continuously do, not just in the case of crisis, but especially in the case of crisis, right? He needs to come across and build that trust. He needs to tell them that there is hope, that don't worry, we will get through it together, right? And it's not just about what you say, but what you do, right? Your action speaks louder than words. So you need to take some concrete actions that are indicative of the trust that you show. This may differ from company to company, team to team, but you need to take those sort of actions. How am I doing on time? Okay. Then third bit is coach people to be agile. What do I mean by that? Right? We spoke about how the world is changing, how the overall huge expansion and technology changes that's happening. So even if there is no crisis, there will be, even if there is no virus or anything, any volcano or anything hitting, there's going to be this kind of crisis where technology is going to change, a new idea is going to come and which is going to kill a complete market, right? So people need to be agile. And we have to understand that change is natural. Gone are the days where you could actually take up a career and stay along for 30 years. I think that's not going to be very common now. People will have to jump careers. And, as a company, if you actually help people be more agile, as a leader, if you help people be more agile, it will build in a lot of trust in you. So next bit is a virtual world may not be a level playing field. What do I mean by that? So for example, uh, I'm here talking from Hyderabad. You have somebody from different locations, many people from Pune, etc. Are over here. We are in this virtual world, right? And it's great, right? We can talk. I don't have to travel anywhere. It's all there. But it may be different, right? Like in office, what would happen is everybody gets the same space, the same desk. They get the laptop, and they get the same bandwidth, same server possibility. It's all there. But when you go to individual homes, their life situation may be different, right? I mean, I have a room over here where I can sit and talk to you all, but there might be somebody who does not have a separate room and is probably sitting in the kitchen or at a somewhere and actually attending the meeting. um, in some cases, somebody has children who needs to be taken care of, and cannot attend certain meetings or cannot be there at 9 a.m. or etc. So for a leader, he needs to show empathy towards this and has to allow for some flexibility. It's important that you basically have a dialogue, have a talk with individuals and understand their situation. And see what's best you could do. I mean, from a company standpoint, from policy standpoint, the future is about giving flexibility. I mean, the companies that allow for flexibility are going to be the companies that are going to be successful. And you can see that across, right? You look into companies, and companies are actually doing that. You look at the policies and the changes in the policies that have happened. And of course, be optimistic. Pour in optimism generously. Anyways, as a leader should be positive, but in times of crisis, I mean, just put an extra dose of it. Be dramatic about it. I don't know. It helps, right? I'm not saying that completely ignore the facts, right? You need to tell people, yes, we understand it's a difficult situation, but we are optimistic about it. But life is going to be okay. Everything is going to go well, right? So that's a very uh, higher level of pointers, and of course, as each individual leader should apply this to their own companies or departments, etc. Kind of formalize that. What we'll do is get a level deeper to it, right? And I'm going to run, maybe in the interest of time, maybe run a little fast through some of these points. The important part is just see what applies to you. Now, the first fact is, especially in this virtual world, in a situation like this, it's very important to be objective and removing subjectivity. What do I mean by that? When you're in the office, you see people. When you're in the department, you see people. You see who's working, who's spending time chit-chatting, who's collaborating, who's being arrogant. All that you could see, and somehow you're tuned to have an image created by that, right? But now in the virtual world, most of it is going to be it's going to be I'm sitting right now here in front of a computer. I'm just imagining that a lot of people are listening to me, right? And everybody's in front of the computer, and it's easy for me to be at my best here for the next 1 hour, right? And you don't get to see me after that. Now, this is what's happening to a leader, right? He gets to see the employee only in specific meetings, and then somehow he looks at some emails and tends to interpret. Uh, you know, uh, what I'm saying is, always ask that question: Is my interpretation right? Is this what the person is trying to tell me? Yeah. If not, what could be the reason? Go give the person a call, find out more, get some more data, but try deliberately to remove subjectivity out of the matter. When you're very objective, that's the way to make decisions in this particular situation. Remove friction and bureaucracy, right? It's something that a leader should anyways always do. company wants innovation, right? You want your products to get better and better, because if not, you'll be outdated and you'll be kicked off by competition. Innovation happens in a very specific kind of culture, a culture that allows for freedom of thinking, right? A culture that allows for people to be able to reach out. So as a leader, you should always try to remove that friction, that's there in the system. Of course, you need a certain amount of, if I would say, certain amount of organization, certain hierarchy, certain amount of permissions that are needed. But wherever possible, try to make it easier for people to really do it. Increase engagement and enjoyment, right? Now, what do I mean by that? See, an engaged workforce leads to very high productivity. I mean, this is no-brainer. But in a situation like crisis, see, there's no, let me rephrase. There's no alternative to being engaged, right? Everybody is engaged in something or other. What happens in crisis is people get engaged in all the negative news, right? You get a negative news, then you call your friends, suna kya tumne kya hua, aisa hua, waisa hua, all that, right? So people are getting engaged in that bit. As a leader, you want them to be engaged in the right things, right? And the best way to engage people is to engage them in their own growth. If you're going to go and tell people that, oh, you need to be engaged in making my company successful, you're not going to get much of a response. But if it's about their own growth, I think they're going to be more interested in it, right? So emphasize skill development, emphasize, something that will help them grow. And this has to be a very genuine effort. There shouldn't be, any intention behind that. It has to be genuine effort. And then companies are doing that, right? They're spending a lot of money training their employees, build new skills, right? Which may or may not be useful for the company, but are great for the employee to grow. It's like I said, it's when we were in office, we could go for a chai, or we could. It's the same with when you're in the department. Now what happens is, now you reach out to a person only when you have some work. You say, "Arey, mera, can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? And what's happening with this, etc." So our interaction have become more and more transactional. Now, if the interaction remains transactional, you will not be able to build a team only basis of transaction. You need the power of collectivity. And that's possible if you actually put effort in building connection. So reach out, what I do is every day I ping 5 people randomly. I don't have any work with them. I just say, hey, how are you doing? How are things? How's the day? Just anything. That additional effort is needed. I know it's not the natural side for us, but it's something that really helps in the long term. We spoke about negativity. I think the important part is to show people the light at the end of the tunnel, right? It's not like companies don't have a positive plan, right? Nobody sits in the board and says, oh, in the next 1 year, we're going to get bankrupt. Nobody says, let's see how to look forward to getting bankrupt, right? Everybody says, let's look forward to making more money, improving our profits, improving our bottom line, all that. Now, these things get discussed in the board, and then everybody's like very excited about it in the board, and then down below the employees are just waiting for any signal, and they see all negative, and they see, oh, the company is not doing well, etc. Just share some of those with them. Tell them this is our plan. Tell them this is what we're trying to do. Tell them that this is what we intend to achieve. Make them partners in the success. Once you have a vision, a positive vision for future, you're going to work more, you're going to put in more effort, and you're going to be excited about the future. And last but not the least, while yes, it's a grim situation, but and that's why it's equally important that you actually celebrate all the wins, right? You actually anything that smaller, bigger things that happen, celebrate them. Give people something to look forward to. in terms of, so that they get excited about it, they get happy about what they've achieved. So those were a few pointers from my end in terms of that I could think about, and which I thought would connect with the students, and something that you could actually take with you when you actually enter the workforce. I do have a few final words to leave you with. Uh, these are actually coming from so when the students from the campus come to us, when we hire them, we do a program called campus to corporate, and in this we try to help people connect what they learned in theory with what that means on a practical level, right? And there's some bits of expectation setting in terms of some ideas that would help them do well in their career. So I think these are important pointers, and I'll run really fast through that. I'm cognizant about the time. So first foremost, be humble. I mean, no brainer at this one. Honestly, nobody knows much. It's so important. No matter how much learned you are, you're not knowing much. As human beings, we have a really small spectrum in the whole universe, right? So it's important to come across, uh, and not just to come across, but be more humble about things, because that will open your ability to learn. Be proactive. What do I mean by being proactive? So somebody in PUMBA thought about having this summit, right? Somebody had that idea, and somebody decided to take some action over it. Else we wouldn't have been here. That's proactivity. There was no necessity for this, right? Nobody was going to, nobody's getting fired about it. So, that's, there's always different ideas, and you actually have to take action. The one who does well in the current world is somebody who's taking action over the ideas that they have. Everybody gets ideas, right? All of us have ideas. It's the one who are actually very proactive about it. Have a focused approach towards learning. A lot of people who join us from campus want to learn everything in one day. It doesn't work like that. We spoke about our human brain, and our human brain has its limitations. While it's such a powerful thing, it does have its limitation. Um, Decide that this is what I'm going to learn now, and this I'll look at it later. Go in a very focused manner towards it. This one is really special, right? Again, uh, we see so many people who come and they work so hard in the first year. They put in so much of effort, and suddenly, when the time of appraisal comes in, they're like, maine itna kaam kiya. But the point is, it takes time. You cannot win in a day, right? Each day counts. Put in effort consistently, continuously over each day. And careers are not built in a day, not in a month. It takes years to build career. Um, Grit, I think it's a no-brainer. Demonstrate resilience, demonstrate perseverance. Stick to what you've set to achieve. Sometimes, at least initially, you get frustrated, right? Sometimes it will be difficult to learn things. But if you stick to it, if you demonstrate that kind of perseverance, I think you'll do well eventually. Focus long term. I think we spoke about it. Careers are built long term. Don't look at what I specifically wanted to say is a lot of campus students, and I get to interact with campus students not just in PUMBA but also in different institutions. And what I find is there's a lot of focus on the starting salary, right? And you know it's so when I joined Quintiles, and that time we were allowed to have a few offers. It was the lowest paying salary, but that's made all the difference. You need to focus. What does it mean? What does it mean from a career standpoint? If I join this company, where am I going to be 5 years, 10 years down the line? What kind of opportunities I have? I mean, nothing guarantees you to be somewhere in 5 years, 10 years, but what is the opportunity I would have? So focus long term, and be fiercely curious. Curiosity is so important. You have to ask questions. Why do we do this? Sometimes students come to us and they ask some questions which nobody has looked at. They say, why do you do this? And then we look at each other, all senior guys looking and saying, well, we don't know, why do we do this? And that leads to some changes. So be fiercely curious. Ask you know there are no bad questions. Just try to understand, try to learn new things. Last but not the least, courageous. uh, you know, it requires some bold steps. It requires you to stretch out of your comfort zone. When I was in school, I was so scared of public speaking, right? But I realized that if I want to do well in my career, if I want to grow well, I will have to overcome that fear. And so it was a courageous decision for me to step in front of a lot of people and speak. And I failed miserably in the beginning, right? So, uh, take those bold action that is necessary for you to build and grow your career. I think with this, I would come to a close of my for my presentation. I do again want to thank for the opportunity, and I do hope that maybe you've taken some notes and these ideas have actually, um, uh, I mean, if they will help you in the future. So thank you. I think over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan Padiwal, sir, for the insightful session. We indeed have a lot of takeaways from the session. I invite Atish Chintamani, sir, for the upcoming question and answer session.
Thank you, Nidhi. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Rohan. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you, and I'm sure the students have taken down the notes, and they will learn a lot from the sessions that we have had, especially how to manage in the crisis. Uh, as we are now open for question and answer session, a few questions that we have got. I will just start with those questions to break the ice so that students feel comfortable. I will just convey the questions that I have got. Okay. As a leader, how do you foresee a crisis and help your team overcome that particular crisis? That would be the first question.
Yeah, thank you. So in most cases, you cannot foresee a crisis. Like I don't think anybody foresee this particular situation with the with the COVID virus. Uh, I mean, yes, we had like about 3-4 months, but it wasn't too much. And but in many cases you could foresee it, right? And the best way now, especially, we have so much of tools, and we spoke about having data, and data is so powerful. Like, if you actually collect the right data, you actually use the correct variables, and you have the right computing power, you can actually foresee a lot of things. I mean, this is what Amazon and Flipkart and everybody do, right? I mean, they foresee where there's going to be demand, and they foresee where there's going to be a fall in demand, right? So we could do that. I think investing in the right technology, investing in the right talent is something that you could do. But there's every now and then there's going to be something that strikes you. So it's an ongoing work.
Okay. Thank you, Rohan. The next question is, especially in the times of crisis, which is the leadership style that works? And the second part of this is, how do you motivate your team to deliver as they have been doing in the normal business transactions?
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think it's a great question. So I'm not so much into leadership styles, right? Because depending on what you read and which there are multiple ways and multiple styles that people talk about. But what I can tell you is, in especially in crisis, what's important for a leader is you know a to show empathy, right? If the leader is only demanding result and is not paying attention to my problems, I have no connection with the leader. And the moment the connection is gone, you've lost it. I mean, people are going to do it just for the sake of keeping their jobs, but the next opportunity, they're going to jump away. So a leader needs to build that connection, and you have to have empathy. You have to have, I would say, a certain amount of optimism, a certain amount of grit, a certain amount of willpower. There's this beautiful book called Good to Great, where it talks about level 5 leadership, and I think that's the one I could relate most to managing the crisis. Even if there's no crisis, I think it's probably the leadership of the future.
Okay, thank you. Nidhi, we can now open the forum for question and answers from the students.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions from the student side?
Students having any question can type in the chat box so that Atish Shindamani sir can take it forward.
Okay.
Nidhi, may I?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Rohan Podwal. It was a fantastic lecture. We really enjoyed the pointers, and believe me, I've also taken a few notes down from what you said. Uh, I have. This is a practical thing that I would really like you to talk about. Now, on one side, we talk of a person who perhaps is undergoing a personal crisis, COVID or something in the family. And now you have all your business goals to meet. And then you are right here in the middle as a manager where you have to deal with a person where you need the humane touch. You cannot be too harsh with the person. You cannot be tough on the guy. And on top of it, you have your own boss breathing down your neck, telling you that, look, I need this to be done yesterday. It's never tomorrow. It's always yesterday. I'm sure you have faced these situations, especially during the crisis this last year. What is there a solution? And if there is, what is the best solution?
So, I mean, it can. So this, again, it becomes very specific, right? But it's a very practical situation, right? This happens. I always say, a leader's job is not to pass on what's coming from top and pass it down. It's actually to hold it there, make sense out of it, and then transmit. So the first thing is, if somebody is going through a practical problem, I think you need to give that person time. I mean, you need to allow that space, right? And this is where your habit, from the previous bit that comes together.
Mhm.
If you are having a very strong collaborative team, the team will step up, right? The team will actually um, come up for each other. We've seen this. I mean, we've had quite a few cases in my department itself, and the others have actually stepped up. They said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of your work." And when the person comes back, he's extremely thankful, and he comes with a vigor. He says, this person helped me, I'm going to help him back." And once you create that as a culture, it's very difficult for a team to fall. And like I always say, that the ultimate challenge of leadership is to take the collective ability, right? The collective part is so important. And if you actually can have a team that is inspired, not an individual, a team that is inspired. Individuals may have problem, right? The team will survive.
Correct. Thank you so much.
Yes, Rohan, we have a question. Talking about empathy, how did you deal with the fear in employees? And how did you motivate them to come to the company to keep the essential services going?
Yeah, yeah. So one thing what we did is we didn't ask anybody to come. We said you have to come if it's if you're only comfortable about it. You need to come to office if you think it's absolutely important for you to come to office. It gave people a lot of hope. In fact, a lot of people did come to office, right? I mean, we have a lab, and a lot of people do turn up over there. So you know the important part is the dialogue. uh, what I tell my management team all the time is talk to people. If you're talking to people every 2 weeks, talk to them every week. I mean, that's where you should be spending most of your time. We cut down on all those meeting times, etc. We said bring that down. The discussion has to be more individual, 1:1. And in general, my idea about a manager to employee ratio should not be more than 1:10. And that interaction, the dialogue is so important, right? So then we can really understand. Of course, at times you do have to say that I'm afraid, but we need to do this, and for this reason we need you to be there. And in most cases, at least in my experience, employees understand it. In fact, they value the transparency.
Okay, great. Rohan, there's another question. As a company, we have seen that other companies were shut down, but pharma sector was booming. Okay, so this is a question from the student that what were the specific challenges to Novartis as a pharma company during the lockdown, and how did you overcome?
Actually, it's not it's not that true that the pharma was booming. I mean, you look at the share market, and that will tell you. Uh, yes, in some areas, it did, like especially companies that could get the vaccines out. I think it did really help boom. In most cases, people did a lot of forward booking in the US, so it wasn't like the company did extremely well. We did take a bit of hit. In terms of challenges, there were a lot of challenges, right? A lot of companies, a lot of countries were closed. Like for example, when we were in lockdown in India, we had our port of entry is in Mumbai, and then it goes to a warehouse over there in Mumbai, and then comes to Hyderabad, and interstate travel was completely closed, and we had to really reach out to the government and ask for that to be allowed, and had to get special permissions. Then we had a separate problem because all these transport companies, they actually survive on two-way booking, right? So they take my stuff from Mumbai to Hyderabad, but they take somebody else's from Hyderabad to Mumbai back, and that may not necessarily be pharma, and that may not necessarily have the permission. So they had to actually go empty from here back to Mumbai, which means we had to make double payment to them. So yeah, there were quite a bit of challenges that came in, but I think especially in India, and not just with Novartis, I think overall most companies in India do tend to have really good supply chain, established. So,
Okay.
so it didn't impact so much. I mean, it could have been bad, I would say.
Okay. So with this pandemic situation, work from home is becoming the new normal. So there are teams, like you said, you only get to meet people in the meetings.
Yeah.
Now, as a leader, how do you manage this organizational complexity of the virtual teams, because they are spread across geographies and across time zones? So how
Yeah.
do you manage this organizational complexity?
Yeah. No, it's a wonderful question, and there's no easy answer to that. Um, you know, eh, the only way to do that is to teach people to organize themselves. Uh, you know, uh, Basically, to me, it's all about planning my calendar, and if I have a meeting at 7, you know 7 p.m., then what do I need to put in my personal time. Also need to schedule in my personal time, right? And that may be in the morning, that may be, I mean, I start my work a little bit late or something like that. And unfortunately, because it's a matrix environment, different people have different times, different meetings. So how do you work? And this is only possible if you actually plan your calendars, and if everybody, I mean, it's just not good for me to plan my calendar, but everybody plans their calendar very well in advance. I always say plan at least 2 weeks in advance, and have a discussion, make the changes that is needed. and find new ways to work, right? We have this, we say this in the company. It's okay, put a headphone, walk your dog and take the meeting. So you also have to allow for that flexibility, right? And many times in the meeting, you have children crying behind you, and then uh, I think people understand. The important part is that you're able to communicate what you have to communicate, and we have to find different ways to do that. Sometimes, if I'm not able to attend a meeting, I actually put an email with these are the points I want to communicate, and we can, or have a call with the person beforehand.
Okay. Next question is, uh, now with managing the teams, is companies are getting used to it, but mentoring the team, like you said, people coming on board virtually, you have not even seen the employees, you have not even met them after your recruitment drive, and they are already on your board, trying to learn, sitting from the comfort of their homes. So how do you really mentor the freshers, because that is a very common questions that the students are going to have.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, that's the big challenge we have, right? We have uh, these students from campus who joined us and have not seen the office yet, right? They're sitting there, and a lot of them in different locations than Hyderabad, and they're waiting to come to office. It's a challenge. I mean, quite honestly, at least as of now, right, we can put in the efforts. We can do the additional stuff, but nothing really replaces a person-to-person connect, right? A face-to-face talk. That's really difficult to replace. But we just have to do this additional bit, right? We just have to do this additional connect, and then we attach a buddy with the person. We say, we give somebody else who's just probably was there, who joined us maybe 2 years back, so that the person really understands what this person is going through, and then we connect them. Preferably, if it's from the same college, we connect them, and then they understand and they talk, and it just makes it a little more easier. But honestly, it doesn't, it's not the same. It's
Okay, okay. So, just last question. Now we are running short of time. Is how do you foresee the new technology that's coming up, AI, AR, VR, impacting the pharma, especially because you come from that particular background. So, artificial intelligence and augmented reality, virtual reality, how is it going to impact the pharma industry?
Oh, it's already yeah, having its own impact, right? Novartis is investing huge in data and digital, right? A lot of our systems are now into machine learning, because honestly, this is like a newfound power, right? It's like a nuclear bomb that you found, and as companies, we've been sitting over huge chunks of data. All companies, not necessarily pharma, but definitely pharma. They've been sitting on a huge chunk of data. Now, for the first time, we've realized that we have the power to make sense out of this data, right? This data can tell us a lot of things, and it can actually help us to define which way to go. It can help us to define which technologies we should apply, which products we should go into. So there is a lot of investment that's happening across in the industry, into especially into, I would say, machine learning, and also into AI, into blockchain. I mean, that's another big thing, and there's a lot of honestly, nobody knows what's going to be the outcome of blockchain. I haven't seen any serious positive outcome, but it's again something that gives a lot of hope and a lot of possibilities. So there's quite a bit of investment in that area.
Okay, thank you, Rohan. I'm sure now, due to lack of time, we have to stop this because there's a next session coming up. But I just want to assure all the students on your behalf that this is not the end. This is just the start. That we will see more often insights from Rohan, be it related to supply chain or pharma. So students, definitely be assured that you will get to hear a lot more things about the industry from Rohan and many other leaders who are there in the industry. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
thank you,
Rohan. Thank you.
thank you. It's a
Yeah,
privilege. It's a privilege to
yeah.
be here, and I wish everybody good luck. I know it's a it's a special time and special situation and all, and I don't know how the campus scene is going on, but trust me, this too shall pass, right? I think I guess we've already behind, you put the worst behind, and we
Right.
have a lot of hope going on.
Right.
Thank you for having me here.
Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Dr. Atish Chintamani sir and Rohan Padubal sir, for taking over the question and answer session. Hemant Katore sir will now extend the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Nidhi. A very good afternoon, one and all. Respected head of the department, all faculties, our invited speaker, Mr. Rohan Paudwar, and dear students. It's an honor to have been asked to offer a vote
Dana.
of thanks on the occasion of plenary session, day 2 of Global Leadership Summit 2021. We have been fortunate to have the renowned identity, Mr. Rohan Paudwar, site head, Global Clinical Supply, Novartis. On behalf of HOD, Department of Management Sciences, Savitribai Phule Pune University, I extend my hearty gratitude to the speaker, Mr. Rohan Paudwal, for sharing his graceful words with us in today's session. I'm sure that the participant must have been benefited by attending this session. I'm also very thankful to all the participants for whom this session has been carried out. Guys, you have been a great audience. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this Global Leadership Summit a successful summit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, sir. After this enlightening session, let's move forward to the next session of students' presentation, leadership, innate and learned. Today with us we have Dr. Aniruddha Joshi sir, Dr. Nitin Veer sir. I thank them for the continuous support and guidance. Every student presenter will be allotted a time frame of 8 minutes for their respective presentation. Presenters are requested to stick back to the time limit. The student's presentation shall start with the presentation of Tejas Bansod. Tejas, you can now share your screen.
Thank you, Nidhi. Just give me a second. Good afternoon, PUMBA. So everyone attending this session must have asked this question to yourself at least once in your lifetime. What does it take to be a leader? What are the skills required to lead? And most importantly, today's topic of discussion, is leadership ability innate or learned? To answer this, I will put forward two theories of my own to help you build a perspective so that we can find the solution to this eternal question collectively. My name is Tejas Bansod, and let's begin. Before we dive into the topic, let's first try to understand what is leadership. As the name suggests, leadership is an ability to lead. So basically, it's an art of motivating a group of people to achieve something everyone wants. But why will someone follow a leader? What makes him different? The answer is the cluster or skill set that makes people follow him or her. And they are his vision, motivation, presence of mind, communication, perspective, empathy, and the list goes on. Now, coming back to the topic, as I mentioned earlier, that I will put forward two theories. First, I have named it KGF theory, and second is GEE theory. So I believe the attributes of leader are developed depending on where they are born. Now, taking my own example, I'm not a leader, but taking my own example, I'm a team player. Why? Because I was born in a joint family. So everything I have done in life till now has been a group activity. In short, my surrounding affected me and made me what I am today. Now, taking you to a more relatable example, how many of you have heard this dialogue? Yes, powerful people comes from powerful places. Now, this speaks does not need any explanation if you have seen the movie, but we have a real life example in this context, and it's none other than Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was from a royal family. He had a very privileged life, good education, and very protected environment. But when he faced the world himself, he realized the difference, and it was huge. His community at that time was so habitual to atrocities, it was normal for them. Now the ability was developed due to influence of his family, his social interaction, and everything he has gone through in his life. That were his experience, which in turn developed his perspective, because of which he became more aware about the atrocities being inflicted on blacks by the colonizer. He fought that cruelty and defeated the colonizer. It was not If it was not for the place from where he came, world would have never known who Nelson Mandela was. In short, what you will become is derived from where you are. Now, coming to the second theory, I call it GEE theory. The GEE stands for genetics, experience, and environment. All these three components are makers of one's personality and leadership skill. How? Let's jump in them. Let's jump in each one of them one by one. Now, genetics. We might deny the genetics have nothing to do with leadership, but in reality, it contributes. Even it's very little, but it contributes. Even I believed the same. Then I went through a research done by Leadership Quarterly and New York University, which published a conclusion stating a genotype named RS4950 is found commonly among the people with leadership traits. But it has nothing to do with leadership. It's not directly related to leadership, but ability that leader must have to be one, like communication, strategic thinking, creativity, empathy, and the list goes on. Now, how does genetic contribute? We can take an example of Nikola Tesla. He was born very curious of nature, which led him to do one thing: ask questions about everything in the world, challenge the normal, rethink, redesign, restructure, which laid the foundation to all of his scientific discoveries. That curiosity was genetic in nature, and that curiosity is responsible for 20 different features on your phone right now. Now, the second aspect of my theory, experience. My school teacher once told me people grow through experience if they met life honestly and courageously. And that is how personalities are built. So I believe experience shapes personality. For instance, let's take example of our freedom fighters and social reformers. Gandhiji, a young lawyer then, was once traveling somewhere in South Africa. He was evicted from the train as he refused to give up his seat in the whites only compartment. He was deboarded from the train forcefully, even though he was possessing a valid first class ticket. This made him who he was, and rest is history. Another example of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Young Raja Ram saw his sister-in-law burned alive because of Sati Pratha system. She was young and of his age and was very much his best friend. That horrifying experience made him rebel against the system, eliminating that ill from our society. So experience do shape us. My last element in my theory is environment. The environment is the most essential component of personality, and that helps nurture leadership and build psyche. For example, a mango always grows on a fertile land. To exemplify the same, let's take an example of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and his family. The ideology, perspective, principle, and mindset remained the same throughout all the three generations of the Bhosle family. Be it Shahaji Maharaj, the ideator of Swaraj, Shivaji Maharaj, the founder of Swaraj, and Sambhaji Maharaj, the protector of Swaraj. There was one factor in their environment that was common and that was responsible for these great people to flourish and achieve what we today call Swaraj. And that one factor was Rajmata Jijabai Sahib. She was advisor to Shivaji Maharaj. She was guide to Shivaji Maharaj. She was teacher to Sambhaji Maharaj. If you put their ideology on a graph and one single line that will cross all these ideology at the same time, that will be Rajmata Jijau. So these are the three components, and I believe they are the directors of one's personality, which in turns develops the leadership quality. With this, I conclude and leave it up to you whether leadership is innate or not. This is Tejas Bansud. You have been a very good audience. Thank you, Seminar sir.
Thank you, Tejas. Now I invite Neha Soni for her presentation. Neha, you can now share the screen.
Okay, just a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Neha.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Neha Soni, and today's topic, leadership, innate or learned. For understanding this, let us first understand that what is leadership and how its definition has evolved through time. First, in ancient times, we used to believe that great leaders are born and not made. You can understand this theory as Raja ka beta hi Raja banega. But through time, it actually evolved. And now people started saying that it's not just about being born in a family, it's about having the ability to lead. And that was also a very good theory. But the definition did not stop there. In our modern times, we believe that not just having the ability, but also having the ability to make others grow as individuals for making our organization and our country or the world grow is actually what leadership is. So now let us dive into the traits of a good leader. Agility. We have been talking and discussing a lot about agility in yesterday's session and today's session also. In yesterday's session, Mr. Mukul also mentioned that the importance of agility is because the world and the business world is very dynamic and we have to adapt to it. In the same manner, today Mr. Rohan also mentioned that being agile is very important. Influencing others for doing what you want. Empathy. This is also a very discussed topic because when you understand what the other person is going through, that's when you can make them do what you want. Courage to not just have the idea, but also to put that idea into action. Respecting others, giving and taking respect from others is a two-way street, and we have to follow that. Integrity, not just having being in an organization, but also being loyal to your organization is also a very important trait. Ability to delegate. You cannot do everything on your own. You have to have a team. You need to have courage in them and then delegate those responsibilities. Communicating on a regular basis. What are your fears? What are your problems? Or what hurdles do you think we will be facing? Self awareness. It is a 360-degree view and guide you to do. Gratitude. It is very important to be to give gratitude because you are not the only person who is performing in an organization. Everyone else also is performing and you have to show them the gratitude. Now, let us look into few examples of great leaders of our times. Jeff Weiner. He graduated from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Weiner's 11-year run has been full of ups and downs. Under his leadership, LinkedIn expanded its membership from 33 million members to nearly 675 million, and revenue raising from $78 million to more than $7.5 billion. He helped the ship of leadership of LinkedIn from the IPO from 2011 to 2016 is acquisition by Microsoft. Let us look into another leader that we have. Like we all know Bill Gates. Bill Gates is one of the richest person we know on earth. He dropped out of college to pursue his dream of owning his own computer software company. Bill Gates is a technologist, business leader, and philanthropist. He grew up in Seattle, Washington, and started his journey of completing his dream of building Microsoft with his friend Paul Allen. Bill Gates has pledged more than 80% of his wealth upon his death to charity. Let us look into another leader, Dr. Arkiya Swami Velumani. He has been born in a landless farmer's background, but he completed his graduation and now owns the highest thyroid testing laboratory. Under his leadership, ThyroCare became the largest thyroid testing laboratory. Now, why I have taken all these personalities into my presentation, because I want to convey to you all that how different people come from different backgrounds and still attain the position of leadership. There are many examples: Tim Cook, Warren Buffett, Oprah Winfrey, Daniel, Mark Zuckerberg, and many more. Tim Cook is the head of Apple since 2011. Warren Buffett, born in an investing family, his father being a stockbroker, he has started investing at the age of 11 itself. Oprah, coming from a poverty background from Mississippi, as we know, is a very successful woman. The Spotify owner that we know has dropped out of college in the same manner. Mark Zuckerberg, as we know, like everyone knows him, he doesn't need any introduction, is also someone who dropped out of college. So, how do leaders arise? Because everyone came from a different background. So, either you have a skill or you actually learn a skill. Then you have to keep practicing it. Then you have to exercise those skills in the real world environment. And then you have to learn from the past. You have to learn from your mistakes and the deviations. So, in the conclusion, I would like to conclude that everyone is born with equal capabilities and abilities, but how you utilize it is in your hands. As well said, when hard work doesn't, if talent doesn't work hard, then talent doesn't work hard. So, in the end, I would like to thank everyone who organized this session and provided me the opportunity to give this presentation. Thank you and have a nice day. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Tini Hasoni. Now I invite Shazeen for her presentation. Shazeen, you may now share the screen.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes, Shazeen, your screen is visible and the time of 8 minutes starts now. You may start presenting.
Thank you. Thank you, Nidhi. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, this is Shazeen, and our session today is about leadership, which touches all aspects of our lives. Leaders have the power to truly transform lives that all of us know. Correspondingly, leadership is now a billion-dollar industry. There is no dearth of information, research, and guide. The daunting task now is to identify the correct research, one that is proven and stood the test of time. So I'll move to my next slide. So moving on to importance of leadership, we understand that leadership is important, but it is even more important when it comes to a nation's defense. History has shown us that even the biggest of armies have failed due to failed leadership. Even the smallest of army can topple an entire empire with correct motivation and vision. A lot of research has been done in identifying leadership and setting up selection mechanism to recruit leaders in armed forces. So one such person, we know that he, through his research, is John Adair. So John Adair is one of the very known defense researcher. He was assigned a job to identify what makes a good leader. So moving on. So what he found through the traits of so if we see here from traits of theory to transactional theory, we see that although we may associate leadership with being approachable, intelligent, charismatic, decisive, and tough, etc., which may happen to be present in some leaders, it is surely not the decisive factor. His research claims that truly anyone can become a leader. The core idea of John Adair's research is it is not the personality of like who you are, but rather the action. What you do is what matters. He calls it action-centered leadership. And according to him, it is three things that can quantify leadership. First is tasks get done, measuring goals and its completion. Team. Team is happy, then monitoring and maintaining and motivation level of team as a whole, and individuals within the team are happy, adding a personal touch and sense of connect with individual team members. So how do we actually define leadership? So leadership is a term that is rather overused and it is very widely left misunderstood. Let's begin first to understand the leadership is no. So I would want to start with understanding what leadership actually is not. So when I talk about so when we often it confuses with the leadership is often confused with positional leadership. That is not leadership in its true sense. The very basis of leadership is people. It is the ability to go beyond and understand, motivate, and lead the people to better future, to better life, to better values. Moving on. So now we talk about is it a nature or versus nurture? So now we have arrived at the epicenter of this entire discussion. Surely some people are born with the traits of leading. So does this mean that the people who are born with such traits will become leaders? Absolutely not. And exactly the opposite of this. So the people who are not born with these leadership traits will not be able to become leaders. Again, absolutely not. So uh, moving on, I would like to start my case studies with Vineet Anayar. A first example, he's former CEO at CL Technologies. He introduced employees first, customer second management philosophy. He came from the humble background, quickly rose to leadership role and went on to form his own venture. He's the prime example of leadership being learnable. The second example that I'm using is Mr. Rajaram M. He's the managing director and country chair Sanofi India. He had a career path with diverse roles. Under this leadership, Sanofi has reached new heights. He's also an example of how people who might come from diverse background and whom can hone themselves into world-class leaders. To conclude my presentation, I would like to say that on the surface, although the traits of good leader may appear to be something that one is born with, deeper inspection reveals otherwise. Some cases of innate talent who end up becoming great leader is bound to be present, but it cannot be the basis of a logical argument. So leadership can be inculcated, nurtured, and pursued, and anyone can be a leader. To conclude this whole presentation, I would like to say that leaders are born to be made. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Shazeen. Now I invite Snehal Gosavi for her presentation. Snehal, you can start screen sharing.
Thank you, Nidhi. Just a moment. Okay, I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Snehal Gosavi from MBA, and it's a pleasure to be presenting here for the second consecutive year. Without further delaying, I would like to present on today's topic, that is leadership, innate or learned. First of all, I would like to begin with a question. You don't have to answer it aloud. You can just answer it to yourself or type in the chat box as we have virtual restrictions. So here is my question. Do you consider yourself as a leader? It can be just a simple yes or no. Okay, I hope you're answering to yourself at least. Okay, so the second question is, so if you think you are a leader, then do you think you were born with it or have you learned it over a period of time? Okay, I can see Nidhi nodding her head. And yeah, someone is raising the hand. I think so. Okay. Still learning. Okay, good. Fine. So I hope my points today justify your answer. So let me start with, Let me start with what is leadership? A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. For me, leadership means a few different things. One, I think it means you bring others around you up. Great leaders have a way of supporting others and making them more productive and effective. Two, I think leadership means you put people in the right place at right time. It's tough, but when you help someone find their groove and you let them stay there, they excel. So it brings me to my next point. How do you know how to bring others up or that the person is the right person to be a leader? I think leaders learn it over a time through teachings, experiences, and even their mistakes. Leadership as a capability or a trait is formed when we face the challenges in different situations. So now, what makes a great leader? All of these qualities make a great leader. A leader might be born with few of those qualities, but that doesn't make him a great leader. A leader is one who constantly learns and develops a skill. A good leader has courage, an ambitious goal, and a clear vision for success. A leader has to be disciplined, responsible, and objective. A good leader takes responsibility not only for his own, but for his team as well. A leader respects himself and others. Along the way to success, it is always important to remain human. It is not about what we do, but it is what we become by constantly learning and growing. So, leadership is rather an art than a science. A leader, in my opinion, will not rely on his or inborn talents, but continue to add on to the qualities and learn either through experiences, a friend, a teacher, or a guide. Tales from ancient past of humanity reflect the same ideals. Who can forget the role of Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates in crafting the future of Alexander the Great? Or contest the idea that it was Dronacharya who honed the skills of Arjuna and taught him how to use the talents to best of their effects. If leaders were solely born, what is the point of us studying leadership and management? Being born is a natural process, and the notion to associate leadership with it is arguable. The debate can go on forever with converging to logical conclusion. Even the research says that it is one-third person are born with leadership qualities, but the two-third leaders are made. A good leader not only possesses remarkable skills and knowledge, but constantly develops them. History has seen many leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Alexander. Most of these leaders weren't even picked to be most likely to succeed in their high school yearbooks. Almost all successful leaders overcame obstacles and failures along the way. Mahatma Gandhi, he wasn't a leader by birth, but he became one by his own free will and led our country to freedom. Martin Luther King Jr. It is not widely known that King was born in a comfortably middle-class family. He was never thrusted into leadership role, but he chose it. That is, he learned to be one. His life was a textbook of insightful lessons for those aspiring to be a leader. Oprah Winfrey. She went through many tough times throughout her life and came out positively. She had an intriguing life, even though she had such tough times. She never stopped learning, and she has become an inspiration for many. Sundar Pichai. Who must have imagined that Mr. Pichai, in fact, the quiet and studious Pichai, whom very few people had heard of, would one day become the CEO of Google? He is one of the great examples of how his learning and constantly developing can make one a rising leader. Many people had seen them as extraordinary at some point in their past, but today they are believed to be the great leaders that ever existed. I would like to quote Shakespeare's thoughts on leadership. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Leadership, in my opinion, is a choice. Leadership is a skill and a habit. Like most skills, practice makes perfect. As one becomes more skilled, the habit takes over. And that is how a leader is born. Thank you.
Thank you, Snehal. I now invite Chahat Saiwal to give her presentation. Chahat, now you can share the screen.
Thank you, Nidhi. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Chahat.
Yeah. So good afternoon, one and all, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present on the topic, which is a very vast topic, leadership innate or learned. So first of all, let's understand what is leadership. The definition of leadership changes with time, and it is an art and process of influencing people and leading them to achieve the right direction. So influencing someone is quite a strong word, we can say. Now, considering leadership, a leader is a person who rules or guides or inspires others. In this era of social media, we are inspired by different people on the social media. So kind of influencing other is sometimes a job of a leader. So a leader is a passionate person and inspirational, confident and problem solver. So let's move. Now from 1800 there are different theories that defines the leadership, such as trait theory, behavioral theory, great man theory, contingency theory, situational theory, and all the theories are based on different historical experiences and different beliefs, such as considering the great man theory. Now, the great man theory considers that the leaders are innate, and what the theory says that every person is born with particular traits and particular habits. So from this graph we can see that there are many habits such as taking risk, humility, empathy, and some of them are quite innate, but the habits such as humility or empathy are to be learned with time. So the great man theory also says that the person has certain characteristics such as personal charisma, wisdom, intelligence, and different traits. So considering that the leaders are born with certain psychological characteristics, and thus they react particularly in a particular situation. But if all the leaders are born, then what is the point that we are studying the leadership or management? So considering Elon Musk, he may be born with a vision, we can say that. But what if he did not work? He did not work on his dream. He would not have been the richest person in the world today. So I think the birth is a natural process, and we relate anything to it, which will be arguable. So leadership is a continuous process. Let's see behavioral theory. uh, like behavioral theory defines that people can develop their leadership skills by teaching, learning, and observation. So education is most important thing in developing the leadership experience. Consider from our childhood we do various roles, like we have done leadership somehow. Consider our mother as well. She is kind of a leader because she her definition of leadership is different than any other person. So with time she developed herself, and when we will also got the chance, if we want to, it's a choice. If we want to, we can learn the leadership skills. So it's also a trial and error method. Anyone cannot be a leader in just a one go. He needs to try different things, learn from his experience, get feedback, and improve on that feedback. Now the leadership styles. So leadership styles are like maturity, followers, and situations that varies. Leaders can be developed with a formal training. According to the Pareto principle, we can say that 80% of the leaders are made and 20% are born. By a study done by the University of Illinois, we can say that 70% of the leaders are made and 30% are born. So more it is like that the leaders can be made and can be developed depending on the situation. So what we can consider from this example is that the development of a leader depends on the organization environment. Considering Satya Nadella, if anyone has read his book Hit Refresh, he has explained how the organization environment has helped him to develop as a leader, and thus developed and run the Microsoft. Leadership is often a choice. We can say that when Sachin Tendulkar was the leader, he was not that well performed. Maybe because it was not his choice to become a leader, and he was good with his individual game. So leadership is often a choice. It's not, it should not be forced. That in workplace there are many examples we can see that women leaders needs to be developed, but really do they want to be developed? Do they want to do that job or not? That also is a matter of importance, and leaders are to be placed at right place in the right time. So that thing is most important considering the leadership. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that leadership is an art rather than a science. Suppose we can say that everyone is born with muscle, but to develop muscle, that requires a dedication. Similarly, everyone may be born with leadership skills, but to develop that requires some training, some education. So leadership cannot be taught. It cannot be taught forcefully. It has to be learned. You cannot really say that all the leaders are innate or inward. That is not the case. You cannot support a single side. It all depends on how you define leadership. The definition of a leadership itself change with the situation. So it all is dependent on how you define the leadership. And as Nehal also mentioned, leadership is about 1/3 born and 2/3 made. So there must be a spark inside that person to develop himself or herself, that intense fire to do that leadership job. Then only he or she is able to do. So we cannot say that everyone cannot be a leader, but yes, it is his or her choice. If he wants to, he can work on it, and he can definitely be a good leader. So that's from all my side. Thank you. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Chahat, for putting forth your point, your view on this. Now I invite Sakshi Pandey to present her viewpoint on the subject. Sakshi, over to you. You may now start the screen sharing.
Yes, Nidhi. Is my screen visible, Nidhi?
Yes, Sakshi. Yes, your screen is visible. You may proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. I am Sakshi Pandey, presenting my viewpoints here on a topic leadership in it or learn. When we talk about leader or leadership, many people fantasize about being in a leader's shoe, but for most, this remains wishful thinking because they are convinced that leaders are born, not made. But for them, people who influence their societies and workplaces must be those who are born into certain families, have a certain pedigree, or possess certain traits. The word leadership can bring to a mind variety of images. For example, a political leader, an explorer cutting a path through the jungle for the rest of his group to follow, an executive developing her company's strategy to beat the competition. Leaders help themselves and others to do the right things. They set direction, build an inspiration vision, and create something new. Leaders is about mapping out where you need to go to win as a team or an organization. And it is dynamic, exciting, and very inspiring. Yet, while leaders set the direction, they must also use management skills to guide their people to the right direction in a smooth and very efficient way. When we talk about some researches, so I have results of some research that was held in London School of Economics that shows that leaders are very rarely born. Instead, they are the ones who are willing to make the decision to lead in situation when it was most expected of them. This confirms an earlier theory by leadership thinker Bernard that leadership is primarily a function of the situation, and that anyone could be a leader in the right condition. Leaders are rarely born because they often do not carry any legacy, nor are they necessarily from great families. People who have initiated and propagated their changes, great changes, and are seldom there because of a bright right. They emerged as and remained great leaders through their own merit, beginning with a decision to take on leadership and a determination to lead a cause that they believed in. Traditionally, leadership skills were thought to be something people are born with. Uh, that leadership is at least in part about being genetically very lucky. But as researchers correlated scores on IQ and personality traits, so they found that only a modest and moderate relationship that did not differentiate leaders from non-leaders in any way. Even a behavioral correlation established the same. Leaders were shown to be non-distinguishable from other peoples in terms of their intelligence and other abilities. Leaders seldom appear to have a past where they exhibit some extraordinary physical or mental capabilities. On the contrary, many of the world's great leaders had been branded below average or just average individuals at some point of their lives. But each of them emerged as a leader because they made a decision to lead. Leaders are hardly ever exceptional, and they need not to be. Leadership is something with which you are born. It's not something with which you are born. It is not inherited. It is something that you decided to do, and you are bold enough to make decision when they are faced within a defining moment. If we examine corporate leaders, we see that this hypothesis holds good in many cases. Let's take example of Henry Ford. So he not only bring revolution industrial production, but also had a such influence over the 20th century economy and society that his combination of mass production, high wages, and low prices is still called Fordism. When we talk about his past or his family background, so his parents were poor immigrants from the west of England, where they were evicted from their land in Somerset and subsequently faced great challenges as they come to America, looking for a new start. Talking about Henry's childhood, so as a child he was very quiet and inward looking, and used to spend much of his time around his mother, but she died while he was very young. That leads him into a depression. His father despised him for not showing any interest or skill in farm work, and literally wrote Henry off, saying he would never amount to anything. Ford apprenticed as a low-level mechanist at various places, not even earning enough for a decent living. He did not possess anything that could make him a born leader. No bright right, no pedigree, and certainly no extraordinary attributes. But when he made a decision to lead, he went on to be one of the greatest leader the corporate world has seen. To conclude my viewpoints here, the first one is similar to the other types of talent, leadership as a skill can be learned. There may be a small percentage of leaders who may be born with individual traits which lend itself to leadership, but leadership itself can be learned, especially by committed individual who display an interest in doing so. In today's turbulent world, we require leaders more than ever in every sector, be it government, be it non-profit organization, be it business. Let us hope that this can empower every employee and every citizen to rise to a leadership role, that they can boldly step in to solve problems of internal company issues, of environmental ones, or even it can be national security ones. So we require leaders. So before rest my mic, I would like to thank department, and I would like to thank seminar cell, the coordinator Shanil, Suraj, and the team for organizing such a beautiful event. Thank you. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Sakshi. After you have done with the presentation, now Aryan Nair will go forward with his presentation. I invite Aryan for his presentation. Aryan, you may now start screen sharing.
Thank you, Nidhi. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, Aryan.
Just a second. Good evening to one and all present here today. On behalf of the Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, I, Aryan Nair, would like to welcome everyone for today's session on the topic, leadership, innate or learned. So, what is leadership? In simple terms, leadership refers to the art of motivating a group of people to act toward achieving a common goal. But the paramount question in the subset of leadership is, who is a leader? A leader is someone who is knowledgeable and has the ability to maintain good interpersonal relations with the followers or subordinates and motivate them to help in achieving their organizational objectives. A good leader needs to lead the organization while also mapping out the future goals of the organization. Leaders like Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Ratan Tata, and Mukesh Ambani are the prime examples of how a leader should be. So then, is leadership innate or is it learned? Let's dive in a little deeper to find out. Leadership is the very essence of management. Without leadership, an organization would fall apart. Let's understand this through an example. Let's assume for a second that Apple was headed by nobody. Let's try that again. Apple was a free boat in the sea with no captain. Sounds absurd, right? That's because it is. If Steve Jobs hadn't taken charge of and created the team for the Macintosh project, one of the most prominent players in the market wouldn't have existed at all. Forget the market for laptops. If Steve Jobs didn't lead his friends from the garage where it all began, Apple wouldn't have existed at all. But that's out of the question because leadership does exist, and we now know how important it is. Since leadership is so important, we must know its features. Here are a few features of leadership: influencing the behavior of others. Second, motivating fellow subordinates. Third, attainment of common organizational goals. But then again, the more relevant question is, what are the qualities of a leader? A leader boards above themselves the responsibility of guiding a whole functioning organization while full of co-workers waiting to know what they should do. Thus, a leader should have a pleasing personality, knowledge, communication skills, integrity, self-confidence, decisiveness, and most importantly, patience. Now, let's take a look at some of the innate qualities. Number one, teamwork abilities. A leader needs to be a team player in order to influence his coworkers. Being respectful towards the opinions and ideas of the subordinates is vital. Assuming sole responsibility and ignoring suggestions are signs of a bad leader. Coaching and mentoring are part of the leadership process, as while you can impart knowledge and experience, you also gain the respect of others. Teamwork requires patience and unfeigned willingness to create. Without either, the team may fall apart. Next, creativity and innovations. Creativity refers to the use of imagination for creating something, and innovation refers to changing something to make it better. Creativity and innovation both are the abstract qualities that are very essential for a leader. Creativity and imagination both work together for creating something essential. They're the only qualities that can't be learned. They must be innate. Then again, everyone is creative in their own way and in their own field, and patience is the virtue that enables one to be a good team player. So, are they really innate? I'd now like to conclude. So, now that we know the importance of leadership and the essential qualities of a leader, we should have a pretty good idea if leadership can be learned or if it's innate. Before I tell you the answer, let's look at the story of a child born in Atlanta in the USA, whose career path was to follow the footsteps of his maternal grandfather to become a Baptist. He grew up around his friends just like everyone, although he always had the spark of innocence and the determination to do justice. Growing up, he realized all the discrimination that goes around him. Discrimination against people for something they can't control. He learned as he grew up and became a Baptist minister while also taking part in civil rights movement. I believe we all know by now who I'm referring to. It's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Martin Luther King Jr., who is awarded and credited for his contributions against segregation and racism in the country. The main motive of the story was to tell you that leadership is in no way innate and can be completely learned or developed. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. I would now like to thank the seminar cell for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share and present on this topic. And finally, I remain most grateful to the audience for the rapt attention with which you sat through this presentation, and I truly hope my message got across to you the way I intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Aryan. Now I invite Sasikala Fernando for her presentation. Sasikala, you may start your screen sharing.
Is my screen visible, Nidhi?
Yes, Sasikala, just your voice is cracking, so be a bit louder.
Okay. Now is it fine?
Yes, Sasikala, you may go forward.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Samadhi Fernando and I am from Sri Lanka. So I'm a second year student in PUMBA and I'm doing Bachelor of Business Administration, specializing in international business. So today's our topic is, as we all know, leadership innate or learned. So I'll make it more interesting since you all got an idea about what is leadership from previous presentations. So first, let's get an idea about the term leadership. For me, leadership is being able to motivate others, being able to inspire others to achieve a common goal. So I think leadership always should be an example to others, and as well as the factor leadership is an important factor for businesses as well as for a country, because always a great leader leads anything to a success place. So I think successful leadership is an important factor. And the other thing, how these leaders emerge? Are they born with leadership skills, or are they not born with leadership skills? So some people born with leadership skills, and I have seen some cases. Sometimes the people, uh, sometimes the fathers who are leaders, sometimes those leadership qualities, skills pass through genetics. Sometimes I have seen those cases like most of the time in political side. So another thing, leaders who are born with, not born with leadership qualities. And they are the people who work hard with so much of dedication, determination in order to become great leaders. So I'll share one of my experience. I used to be an introvert during my primary school from grade 1 to grade 6, but I realized this is not me. I should change. So for that, I started to join societies like debating society and media unit. So they helped me a lot to develop my communication skills and to showcase my talents. And then again, I got an opportunity to become a senior prefect in my school through those guidance took I from societies. So uh, that's how my transition was. So my leadership was not innate. My leadership, which was learned, because I was not a forward child, but I could be able to become a forward extrovert child at the end. So and also, I'll tell one example. Sometimes there may be students who can speak very well from very young age, which is a plus point for innate. But that's not enough to become a great leader. Always, leaders should be able to use that communication skills to inspire others. That is where a great leader is built. So I think being able to speak is not enough to become a leader. To make an influence through communication is needful for a leader. And the another thing, I think leadership is a gradual process. It's not something arrives in one day. Leaders should always, it's a continuous process and it is a journey leadership. So let's talk about world business leaders. And even the best leaders didn't have these skills from day one. They had to face a lot of struggles. They had to fail in order to become giants. So I think you all use Google. How often do you all use Google? For me, I use at least one time per day. So it is the largest search engine in the world. So the chief executive of Google is Sundar Pichai. He is such a great leader in 2020 and in 2021. So I would like to tell this Sundar Pichai was a poor guy. He was not rich, but he took his education very well, and his father helped him a lot. And Sundar Pichai went to Google in 2015 and he became the chief executive. And as a leader, he always consider about his team members. He always thinks that successful leader always should think about the employee success also, because they are the backbone of team. So That's about Sundar Pichai. And I'll give some examples from my country Sri Lanka. And it's a small country, but the work of my leaders is not small. They are outstanding. And one of them is Dhammika Pereira. He was regarded as the richest person in Sri Lanka for many years, and he was also not rich. He was coming from a poor family, but he had this passion to become a leader from very young age. So he worked hard for it. And also right now he owns 23 companies in Sri Lanka, and he always he always tell that one of the success point of his leadership career is he was a continuous learner, and still he's still doing continuous learning. So I think this shows that leadership is not only innate, it is something learned. And the another character is Otara Gunawardena, one of my favorites. And she is the founder of Odell, which is a leading business, leading clothing store in Sri Lanka. And also, she is such a simple character, and she does so many charity work. And she looks after stray dogs under the Embark. And I think her leadership got influenced by her father because he was a former chairman of Acres Company. So, but she worked hard to become a leader. Her leadership not only depended upon her father, but her commitment matters. And she was able to convert the order into public limited company as the first fashion retail business. So I think she is the combination of innate leadership as well as learned leadership. So another example is Mahesh Amali. He's the CEO of Mars Holdings. This is the South Asia's largest manufacturer of intimate wear and sportswear, which provides to different destinations. And he also got his business from his family. So I think his leadership also got affected, influenced by his family. But in the sense, he could be able to expand his business throughout the world, like over 17 countries. Right now, he provides leadership to more than 99,000 employees. So these are some of the great leaders in my country. So conclusion is, I think it's not about being born with leadership qualities or not being born with leadership qualities. It is about how we work hard for it. And the other thing is we are living in a globalized world, so our world is changing so fast. So I think we should always try to learn new things day by day. As a leader also, he or she should try to learn new things day by day because the world is changing so fast. So I think more than leadership is innate, it is more than learned. So I'll conclude my presentation like this. Leaders are the people born to be made. And I hope my presentation is not boring. And I hope you all enjoyed my presentation, and thank you for listening. At last, I should tell that if you have a dream, if you have a passion to achieve something, work hard for it. Work hard with so much of dedication and so much of determination. So thank you for listening, guys.
Thank you, Samadhi, for your inputs. Now I would like to invite Farzana Amiri for her presentation. Farzana, you may start the screen sharing now.
In the name of Allah, this is Farzana Amiri from Afghanistan, student of international business in PUMBA department. Today is a big chance and a good chance for me to thank all of my faculty, they are hardworking in PUMBA, like Dr. Shilpa Behat, Dr. Arti Ma'am, and Dr. Deepa, and also the HOD of our department, Dr. Subijan, and the coordinator of our department is Dr. Manish Verma. I would like all of them. I would like to thank all of them. So today I have a good presentation and all with lots of happiness, which I'm happy for my teachers. I'm like to start my presentation, which is about leadership innate or learned. First, the genuine leader is not a search of for consensus, but molder of consensus, Martin Luther King. I would like to define first what's leadership. Leadership is the art to lead people, to lead people and achieving a common goal or an idea successfully. Leadership is the combination of teamwork, motivation, competence, skill, responsibility, communication, power, support. What makes a leader? I shorted some characteristics of what makes a leader: humility, empathy, vision, loyalty, self-governance, confidence, hunger, risk-taking, and mediation is making a good leader. Hello? Am I audible? Okay. Leadership is innate. Mostly in the past, leadership was an innate skill developed via individual personality and experience. Why? Learning was limited due to few facility and resource. Leadership roles were inherited from family. Many key characteristics of an innate leaders are common with good leadership skill. So, innate leaders become natural leaders when the moment required. But is this sufficient? No, most innate leaders also teach themselves through hard work and experience how to become successful. Leadership must also be learned. Leadership is an assembly of skill and process. For leadership to be successful, the skills and process must be learned. For those who don't have any skills, learning about leadership and practicing good leadership is possible. I have some interesting observation. It will help us to understand this better. I mentioned for being a good leader, it's important humanity, empathy, vision, and risk-taking. Let's see how much humanity is innate or how much are learned. We can see them at least like 70% are learned, humility, and 30% innate. Empathy, same like that, and vision, 50% innate, 50% learn. And risk is 30% learn, 70% innate. Humility and empathy mostly need to be acquired through learning. Risk-taking and vision are mostly natural and birth characteristics. Here I have a good example. Nowadays, most of people or most of leaders trying to invest their money in the stock market. So in the stock market, with a very small news, market can go up. A very small bad news that can come down. So here, the people who are taking risk or the people who know how to take the risk, they don't know whether they are going to be rich or whether they are going to be poor. So there's risk taking, they are helping them so much. And all the people who are investing their money in the stock market, they are accepting this risk taking. And you can see the leadership of the profile of leadership, and I have two good example about leadership. We can see whether they're born or whether they learn. You can see Bill Gates. Bill Gates, as we look ahead into the next century, leaders will be those who empower others. This is the sentence from Bill Gates. But we can see the style, which style Bill Gates learn and which of them innate. Focus. He knows the best about software, which he learned. Big picture, which he innate. Creativity, innate. Caring, innate. Education, he learned because he is a student of one of the best universities in America. He was. And the passionate, he innate. Arrogance, often push his own idea, but it's not a good style, but still he innate. Result driven, he learned. Conflict awareness, he learned, but does not comfort issue. So here I have Indra Noya. Indra Noya is an Indian American business executive and former chairperson and chief executive officer of Pepsi. In 2017, she was ranked the second most powerful woman, once more on the Forbes list of the 19 most powerful women in the business. She served on the board of Amazon and the International Cricket Council. She is saying leadership is hard to define and a good leader is even harder. But if you can get people to follow you to the ends of the earth, you are a great leader. So let's see the style of Andrew Noya, which style she learned, which style she innate. First, competence. Competence, she is always standing out and lifelong learner. She learned. The courage and confidence she innate. Communication, learn. Uh, Compass, innate. Consistency, learn. Democratic, learn. And there is decision making, which she innate, but she is not good, a very good person in decision making. So, are leaders innate or born? Here we can say in this chart, 19% born, 52% made, and 25 people are equal. Whether innate or learned, always be a positive and tenacious leader, and people will follow you. Don't give up. I'm sure we'll find something. And thank you.
Thank you, Farzana.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
I would like to invite Suraj, the coordinator of Seminar Cell, to express the vote of thanks.
Thank you. On the behalf of Seminar Cell Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, I, Suraj Varpe, extend a sincere acknowledgement towards each and every student presenter for delivering such insightful and wonderful presentations on the topic leadership innate or learned. Today we had an opportunity to hear from all of you, and I'm sure that this will definitely help us to add some value in our life. Thank you once again for your contribution in making this event success. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Suraj. Thank you, Suraj. I thank you, Dr. Aniruddha Joshi sir and Dr. Nitin Veer sir for supporting us. I would once again thank all the presenters, faculty, and dignitaries present. We shall now stop for a lunch break. Post the break, we have an interesting panel discussion and address from great leaders. Stay logged in or rejoin by 2:45 for the next session. I sign off for the session with the hope to meet you all energized after lunch.
Good afternoon to one and all present here, and welcome to today's panel discussion on the topic Leadership Challenges in the Emerging Markets. I am Ria Argode, a student from FY BBA HFM. I would like to introduce Dr. Pahulkar sir and Dr. Deepa Prasad. Dr. Pahulkar sir is the professor at Management Sciences PUMBA, and Dr. Deepa Prasad, who is the course coordinator and associate professor at BBA HFM and the moderator for today's panel discussion as well. I would like Deepa ma'am to take over the session from here and introduce our panelists. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ria. That was lovely. On behalf Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, a very good afternoon to everyone in India and good morning in New York. A warm welcome to our lovely audience to the Global Leadership Summit 2021. Our panel discussion is on leadership challenges. Last year has been a year which resonates what our panel discussion today is about. Every leader at every level and every sector has been challenged as never before. With us, we have eminent global leaders who would like to discuss the challenges they have tided over in their organization and setting clear priorities in their sector. Listening to our fabulous panelists over the last 2 days, I'm going to take a leaf from what Mr. Jayaraman quoted yesterday that stood out to me. He talked about Mr. Reed Hastings, the co-founder of Netflix. Ethos. No unlimited vacation, no dress code, no approval of expenses. This unorthodox company culture created a sense of personal ownership and trust among its employees. In doing so, the Netflix leader, Mr. Hastings, has empowered his employees, which is evident from the success of the company, especially in the last year. Now I will start the introduction of our first panelist. Each of our speakers, 3 speakers, will resonate their takeaways as global leaders for tiding the challenges which they have faced in their journey. And then we will open the forum for question and answers by the audience and our students. Our first speaker for today is Mr. Hari Marar. He is the Managing Director, CEO of Bangalore International Airport, also known as BIA. He's the Chairman of the Bangalore Airport Hotel Limited, which includes the Taj Bangalore, 775 hotels in the airport campus. Chairman of Bangalore Airport City, a very unique concept. It's an airport campus. It's called Atropolis, which will be home to multiple businesses such as IT Park, Knowledge Park, to retail and entertainment. In 2019, I think a very privileged and proud distinction. He was the only member in the aviation field to be appointed as a full member Heathrow Expansion Advisory Board, no small feat, sir, which included a 32 billion expansion program in the United Kingdom. His vision has always been to transform the airport into a global leader, be a role model in sustainable practices and technology leadership. I think that's very close to his heart. To add to his many, he's also the chairman of CII Karnataka Water Sustainability Task Force. Man of different colors, he loves traveling. I know he's a musical aficionado, attends concerts, connoisseur of good wine and food, of course. He's been in the epicenter of the crisis in the last year as traveling has opened a new normal. And since he oversees the operation, management and development of the Kempagoda International Airport, Bangalore, and its subsidiary, which is the largest airport, second largest airport in India, we are looking to see and understand the leadership challenges which are faced in the current crisis. Over to you, Mr. Hari Marar.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with all of you today. And I must say for many reasons. To start with, Deepa, Neil and I go back about 25 to 30 years ago. And I'm so privileged to actually share the stage with them, this platform. It's a little bit of a mini reunion for us. Secondly, Pune holds a very special place in my heart. It's been a seat of interesting life lessons on at least 2 occasions in the past. One was when Neil and I just passed out of college and we, along with a couple of blokes, decided to start a business, and we chose Pune as the place to come and establish our business. Unfortunately, the business itself didn't take off, but it left me with life lessons that remain with me even till today. And secondly, this is also the city from where I actually started my journey and my metamorphosis from being a consummate hospitality professional to being an aviation professional or an aviation thoroughbred in the last few years. And last but not the least, it always gives me great joy and privilege to talk to youngsters, because I believe this is the future of the country, and to feed off their energy and entrepreneurial spirit and innovation, because I think that's really what the future is all about. So to the leadership of the school and to Deepa, my gratitude for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. My mind goes back to the old days when I was a student myself, very much like all of you. And I remember being very excited towards the end of my course, because not just because I was looking forward to the rest of what the world had to offer, but most excitedly, I won't have to study again. And the fact that I will never have to give exams again. Just the thought of leaving all the exams and the studying behind gave me joy that I can't describe today. Little did I realize that the real education and the toughest exams were just beginning. I think all of you have done well for yourself by having chosen the Pune University to do your MBA. And I think getting yourself a good quality educational qualification is absolutely the starting point. And for us in the corporate field, we always look at educational qualification when making the first hire. But in my view, the educational qualification is equivalent to the possession of a permit. Just like a driving license is the permit for you to drive a car, but it's certainly no indicator of how good a driver you are. It only has given you permission to drive the car. And similarly, educational qualification does not automatically mean that you can be a good leader. It just means that you have the necessary, the college and the educational institute has provided you the basic foundation that you require to start your journey and your career with. What you have to remember is that the entire equity that you build for yourself during the education process gets encashed the day you get your first job. After that, what really matters from that day onwards, what really matters is how you continuously invest in upgrading your skills and in educating yourself throughout your life. Being a student is a lifelong journey. I can tell you that, and most successful people around the world will tell you that unless you continuously invest in upgrading your skills, you will remain exactly where you were. So constantly upgrade your skills and practice them so that you get more efficient with that over a period of time. So topic for today, leadership. What is leadership? I think I like to simplify things. And the way I look at leadership is in a very simple fashion, that leadership is, to my mind, the art of socially influencing a group to achieve a common objective. That's it. It's as simple as that. While it sounds very simple, when you try to analyze that sentence about socially influencing a group to achieve a common objective, and as you peel layers, you will realize how complex that is. Just for instance, let's just look at the last bit about having a common objective, working towards a common objective. As a leader, you must be visionary enough to be able to define a common objective. You must be able to define a common objective that inspires other people. You must be able to communicate to people the whys as to why they must try and aim for that common objective and what they must do to achieve that common objective. Just that one bit around common objective gets really qualified. And from the business that I come in, I must tell you, this is probably one of the most complex elements. Airport, which is the core business that I come from, airport business is probably the most diverse, multi-dimensional, multi-stakeholders environments that you can find. In fact, that's the reason why an airport is always referred to as the airport ecosystem. For instance, at the Bangalore airport, for us to achieve our common objective, over 90 different agencies or companies, some of them are private, some of them are governmental, some of them are quasi-governmental, all these different agencies employing over 28,000 people must come together to achieve this common objective. And the challenge that we have as the leadership of this entire ecosystem is to make sure that we have to make these 90 different agencies and these 28,000 people, enlist them so that they're singing from the same hymn sheet, so they're drumming to the same beat. And this, I think, is one of the most complex challenges working in an airport environment. And of course, to socially influence a group to achieve a common goal, to make sure that they have a commonality of purpose and a singularity of vision, et cetera, is one part of the equation. And there are several other skills that are required as a leader for you to be able to achieve that. For instance, it requires the leader to be consistently credible, to be seen as somebody that they can believe in. For instance, the ability to be able to communicate both internally and externally with clarity and without any ambiguity. And what I have found is that amongst the most important skills required from a leader's perspective is to create an environment that provides safety to their people. You must provide a safe environment so they are willing to make mistakes, they're willing to try out new things and things like that. And ultimately, leadership is not about acquiring power, but about making other people feel powerful and capable. I found that this pandemic, for instance, has been one of the most ultimate challenges, and not just the pandemic, but the business and the life challenges it threw in front of us, has easily been one of the most challenging phases of my leadership career. And apart from the fact that it required you to think out of your skin, think out of the box, I think one of the things that all of you will agree with me is that we've had to adapt and adopt to these new circumstances. But we also, all of us, had the opportunity to, sort of deeply introspect, look back at our lives and say what is really important for us and things like that. And among the things that this pandemic taught me in my moments of reflection, in my moments of thinking, is that really leaders' role is to be able to run a really good business. Now, let me define what a good business means, because there are just 4 principles in my mind. And like I said some time back, I like to simplify things. There are just simply 4 principles that come to my mind which are involved in running a good business. Ultimately, in our daily lives, we get caught up in complex Excel sheets and elaborate PowerPoint presentations and believe that that's the running of a business. But really, the running of these 4 of a good business is just 4 things. 1, serve your customers with passion. And by this, I mean serve them and look after their needs with almost an obsessive focus. Must surprise and delight your customers. And that must be the number 1 focus of the organization. Discuss net promoter scores, customer satisfaction ratings, feedback in every forum, every meeting, and every occasion that you can find. Reward and celebrate good customer service, but overall, serve your customers with obsession and passion. Second, look after all the people who look after customers with compassion. And I think, I believe that, when I say this, it's not just about, I don't speak only about employees, but I speak about the entire universe of people who come together to serve the customer, which means your employees, your stakeholders, your partners, your vendors, your concessionaires, and what have you. You expand that to any group of people, the whole entire universe that helps you to serve the customer. Because if you serve them well, the customer gets served automatically well. Third, keep your business financially healthy and stable at all points of time. And I think one thing that all of you must have noticed during this pandemic is that this pandemic had the most profound impact on people who were not healthy, people who had comorbidities, people who were vulnerable. And I think the same thing holds good for businesses as well. Businesses that do not maintain financial health are always more susceptible to such economic shocks. And therefore, I think it's incumbent upon leaders to make sure financial health, and financial health means many things. It's about being prudent about your expenditure. It's about maintaining healthy cash flows, always maintaining a healthy cash reserve to dip into in cases of such crisis, diversity of revenue sources, not over leveraging yourself. For those of you who plan to start a business, do not go out and take a big loan and get weighed down by the burden of a very high leverage. And last but not the least, the 4th principle, serve your communities in which you operate. I think this is something that's often forgotten, but this larger sense of purpose is becoming more and more popular. Operate responsibly, ensure both the sustainability of your organization as well as the environment in which you operate. And I think the ultimate inspiration comes from Jamshedji Tata, who said that communities are not just the most important stakeholder of your business, but are the very reason for its existence. So these are some of the thoughts I initially leave you with, and I look forward to hearing from my co-panelists as well. And I look forward to a very engaging debate and discussion after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morar. That was so wonderful. You articulated it so well. Incredible insight. Of course, we have a lot of questions. I know how Bangalore airport has been a front leader, has become technology-less, and become hands-free. And we will talk about it later. Thank you for your incredible insight. Before I go on to our next speaker, women leaders have been breaking the glass ceiling in the last decade of centuries. I would like to share with the audience, Pune University was renamed to Savitribai Phule Pune University in August 2014 in honor of Savitribai Phule. She is a 19th century Indian social reformer, educationist, poet, and the first female teacher in India. So she played an important leadership role in improving the lives of women in Maharashtra during the colonial rule. Women leaders have been leading from the forefront the nations. Example is German Chancellor Angela Merkel, one of the de facto leaders in Europe, serving successfully Germany for last 15 years. It's even today now, I think in various countries, women leaders have outperformed their male counterpart during the pandemic, which goes to show their strength and resilience. I like to take an example of this Finland's young Prime Minister, Saint Marin. She used social media influencer, as people believe in influencer, and she converted it into a very positive tool to help people to stay at home, wear masks, and tackle the coronavirus successfully. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Ms. Mandira Sen, who has spent her formative years in Pune, has studied her undergrad and MBA from this city. She's currently the Senior Director of Revenue Management North America for Equinox Hotel based in New York City, as well as hotels under Equinox Development Strategy. She oversees all aspects of revenue management, price strategy, sales and marketing operation, asset management, external vendors, works very closely with the CEO. Prior to Equinox, she was working as a revenue management. She's very sought after from the various brands. She was working for Ritz-Carlton, where she was the area director. She also worked in the very, very famed Plaza Hotel. Hospitality students, that's a dream hotel to ever enter, a landmark, you know. If you go to New York, you have to go to Plaza Hotel, just like the iconic Taj Mahal in Mumbai. Mandira, of course, started her careers in the Taj Group of hotels and sales and marketing. She's an Indian Air Force kid, traveled by the bags across India, and currently, of course, calls New York a home, juggling a very busy career, and the joys, of course, raising two beautiful adolescent daughters. But I'm going to say something else about a little bit about Mandira, which I do know. Traveling, she's a voracious reader. And I'm going to share a secret. She's a spell bee queen and a Scrabble queen. So challenge her at your peril, I must say. We welcome the very charming, the very gracious Miss Mandira Sen. Got up very early morning from New York. Welcome, madam.
Deepa, thank you so much for the very warm welcome. Gosh, a little overwhelmed. Hello, everyone. I'm very, very happy to be able to join you today. I'm a little sleepy. It is 4:30 a.m. here. I was thinking I should just stay up all night and, not set an alarm for 3:30 a.m., but I did manage to catch a couple of things. My second cup of coffee today, so hopefully I can speak clearly. I'm especially happy to be speaking to you in Pune. When I was your age, I lived there initially at the Air Force Station in Lohegao, and then later at Kothur during my MBA. I have really fun memories of Pune. I watched some of the earlier sessions, and I want to congratulate you on organizing such an inspiring and uplifting seminar. I want to thank Dr. Deepa Prasad and the entire faculty, staff, and students at PUMBA for including me. This seminar and its content is equally valuable to those of us who've been working for a number of years, as it is to the students starting out in their careers. I really enjoyed listening to Hari just now. I think all your points were really well made. Couldn't agree more with all of them. I look forward to listening to Neil as well after this. You've heard from a diverse group of leaders from various industries. Today, I want to focus on two things. One, my industry, well, our industry, the hospitality industry in a time of crisis. And two, the unique challenges of women in leadership. It's no secret that our industry, the hospitality industry, has been one of the hardest hit industries by COVID. I specialize in the luxury segment, and this segment has been the hardest hit of all. My previous hotels at Ritz-Carlton, the Plaza, like Deepa just mentioned, still remain closed, along with the Four Seasons, the Mandarin Oriental, the Peninsula, the Park Hyatt, all leading luxury brands in the city. So many of my friends and colleagues, ex-colleagues, have not worked in almost a year. I feel very fortunate to have worked all through the pandemic at my current position with Equinox Hotels, which is trying to create a new luxury brand. The big challenge when you work with well-established brands or even upcoming brands is maintaining a brand integrity and messaging in times of adversity. Staying true to who you are as a company, and not only to your customers, but very importantly to your employees. Because like Hari said a little while ago, your employees are your company's most valuable asset. I truly believe that. When the last 2008 financial crisis hit, the Ritz-Carlton, my previous company, which is the luxury brand of Marriott's portfolio, saw the sharpest declines in revenue in the beginning compared to all the other Marriott brands. But it was the first of its many brands to recover, even though it commanded the highest rate. Why? The company has a very, very strong value system and is always focused on the long game. It's a company whose motto is, we are ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. It's a company that empowers its employees to spend up to $2,000 to solve each customer problem without asking a manager. Imagine the sense of pride and accountability every employee feels at this level of empowerment. It decided not to cut costs or start discounting rates to win occupancy. It knew that pricing power once lost is very difficult and time-consuming to regain. Consumers knew that Ritz-Carlton will not cut corners, and they were confident they could expect the same level of service and were willing to pay for it. The takeaways here are the power of empowerment and putting your employees first, and stay steady at a time of adversity and not make knee-jerk reactions that will harm your brand in the long run. Churchill once said, never let a good crisis go to waste. And with that, I want to talk about my current company, Equinox Hotels, how we saw opportunity in crisis and how our leaders lead by example. I was brought in to head up revenue management for this growing company just about last year. The company hired well-respected talent from the Four Seasons, the Mandarin Oriental, Rosewood Peninsula, Marriott, Starwood, Ritz-Carlton to make up the corporate team. We were all excited to be part of this startup, if you will. We were to have opened 10 hotels in the US in the first 3 years and expand to Europe and beyond by 2024. Well, I started the company on 24th of February 2020. And guess what? A week later, we started seeing massive cancellations. We had to close down the hotel by the 3rd week of March, and all projects in the pipeline were on hold. I saw two things happen. Our leadership team saw an opportunity and focused on acquiring distressed hotels in markets such as Europe and Middle East, which was on the agenda at a much later date. And I saw top management really dig in to support the New York City hotel, which reopened in September of last year. Most luxury hotels in the city decided to stay closed as it's so unprofitable to open with just 20% or so occupancies. Our company said, we are a new brand, we are trying to make a name. We had started to see huge success just before the pandemic. We'd opened in late 2019. If we stay closed, we would lose this momentum and it would be difficult to be taken seriously when pitching for new hotels. So we opened with less than 40% staffing, but our brand standards had to be maintained. The senior management stepped in to take on entry-level roles. Our VP of F&B was taking room service orders. She still sits in a tiny room service office in the kitchen area taking room service orders while she's pitching for other hotels. Our VP of guest services handling front office duties, checking guests in because we're short-staffed. What does all of this show us? What none of us have done for 20 years, we're doing now. Right down from a CEO to senior manager, trying to lead by example. I'm really humbled and inspired by how our team came together, and we're a motivated group working with a common purpose. So again, common purpose, common goal, and brings a team together. The second topic I want to speak to is not just about the pandemic, but I think something overall that is important. I want to talk about the unique challenges women face in leadership. The first most obvious point is the lack of women in leadership roles. Some may have noticed I'm the only woman speaker in this two-day conference. Although I have to say, I see mostly women running the seminar, which is amazing. Look at the US. We've only just finally elected our first woman vice president. And we've never had a female president. How is that possible? Growing up in India, we thought the US was the most progressive country in the world. But the last 4 years clearly show that it is far from it. You know what gets me really upset? When people wish me Happy Women's Day. Why do we need a day? Is not every other day Women's Day? I could live it when people say Happy Women's Day. I don't need a Women's Day. Every day is our day. In the first few years in the workforce, women and men truly grow at the same pace. Then there is this crucial time in every woman's career when they feel like they have to make a choice between taking their career to the next level or making their family a priority. At that juncture, if women got a little more support from their workplace and the families, companies could retail valuable talent. A talented person with a lot to offer to reach her potential, that will have a positive impact on the company. You know, I recall 5 years ago, I was in such a place. Young kids, crazy work hours combined with some health issues. I was tired all the time. I had nearly thrown the towel. And then I discussed the predicament with my senior managers at Ritz-Carlton. They were relentless in making sure I didn't quit. Ritz-Carlton really stepped up. They offered me the option to work from home a couple of days, take some time off. My family supported me. You know, everybody I spoke with, my father, my mother-in-law, my friends, they were all like, you've achieved so much, don't give it up so quickly, you know. For those few months, for the few weeks and months, I was feeling a little bit weak, and I'm so glad, looking back, I did not give up. But you know what? The community stepped up, my workplace stepped up. Having experienced this personally as a woman, and I consider it my duty to try and remove obstacles from other women's careers. But you know what is very important? That all of you men in the workforce do it too. Value your female leaders and colleagues and see what you can do to make it a little bit easier for them, because we need women in the workplace. At Ritz-Carlton, I was really happy. It was, as a leadership team, we had a bonus component tied to hiring minorities and women. You should have seen how happy we were when you could hire, oh, the new VP of Finance, Director of Finance is a woman. Even better if she's a minority. Many large companies in the US have the same goal, a real goal to support women step into leadership roles. I really hope more countries can adopt this culture. Look at the countries that succeeded the most, just as Deepa said, in controlling the pandemic, like New Zealand, Germany, North European countries, Taiwan, all led by very strong women leaders. I truly believe having more women in leadership roles is actually good for business. Thank you all, and I look forward to our panel discussion.
Thank you, Mandira. That was, it was just awesome. Well, just to coach you a little bit, we do also now, and she's going great guns. Dr. Jain, I'm sure she's with us today. It was insightful and eloquence of your talk in the North American market. There are tough times in our industry, especially in hospitality, travel. But yes, I think we're still picking up our threads and going ahead. And it's fantastic to see Kamala Harris, someone from India, become the vice president. What more can we ask? We don't need empowerment, and we don't need Women's Day. Yes. Our next speaker, our final speaker before Q&A session. I would like to introduce to all the students of the B School who are on board now and watching on Facebook. If you have not grabbed his book, well, do it today. Building the Perfect Beast. What Really Happens in Brand Management, published by HarperCollins, is a book which Mr. Neil George, our speaker for today, has written it. Name, Building a Beast. And he said, because youngsters, when they join company, they're like rabbits, nice and fluffy and cute, and they turn into a beast. We'll ask him later what that means. Friends have always approached, and so am I going to, seeking advice in terms of their career in marketing, in brand management, because he has pearls of wisdom to give over a lot of margaritas. And he came up with this idea of writing a comic book and not a boring book on brand management. I believe it's the only one in India, which will give you a crash course in brand management, a very engaging story. We welcome Mr. Neil George, currently the Managing Director for Nivea, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Nepal. I think I'll just say Asia, that's easier. One of the fastest growing subsidiary for the Beiersdorf company. He's member of the Global Leadership Council for the company. Beiersdorf is just a corporation, owner of brands such as Nivea, Nivea Men, Essuren, if I pronounce it correctly, La Prayer, etc. Neil previously worked in Beiersdorf in Northern Europe, in Dubai, in Rickett Benskicker, private equity, Procter & Gamble, managing business and teams across Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America. I think he's traveled the whole globe on increasing responsibility. An alumnus of the very famed London Business School, he's a visiting faculty at various business schools in Asia. Recent professional success, I'm going to just name few, Neil. It's too exhaustive. Brand of the Year, UK and Netherlands. A double gold at the Digital Impact Award in 2013. Global Innovation Year Award 2015. And of course, recently, the Economic Times Promising Brand of India Award in 2019. Equally interesting. He's an avid, and let me tell you, really avid to another level, Arsenal Football Club fan. He has a scent of wine. I think that's something common with all of us on this panel today. Loves his photography. He lives in Bombay with his lovely wife, raising 2 beautiful children. We are proudly welcoming the perfect beast of brand management, a well-known guru in the field of marketing. Sir, over to you.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Deepa. I think my job's done because Mandira and Hari have pretty much done everything on leadership. So we can go straight to the panel discussion, if you don't mind. But thank you, PUMBA. Thank you, Pune University. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Paurkar, Dr. Shilpa Bided, and Dr. Deepa Venkatraman for inviting me and the others on this 50th year celebrations for Pune University. Two things that you might not know. I'm actually in Pune right now. I'm actually in Koregaon Park at a cafe trying to, thankfully I've got good Wi-Fi. I'm so glad that I didn't have to go back to the hotel. So that's one. And the second thing that you may not know is that I actually did apply for PUMBA back in 1994. And I don't think I got accepted. So I hope you all know that you're in an amazing, amazing university, which brings out some of the finest professionals in the country. So once again, really privileged to share this digital dais with a number of eminent personalities, and obviously with all of you students. Thank you for deciding to share this 1 hour on a Sunday afternoon with me and the others. Quite privileged. I think the brief that I got from the team was basically talk about leadership challenges in emerging markets. And to be fair, I think I must admit that I have some experience in the 25 years that I've worked in different companies. I've managed businesses in Brazil, in Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, and now, of course, in India. So I must admit I have some experience managing business in emerging markets. But I think I'll start first with talking about emerging markets, because lots of people do ask me, how do you define emerging markets? And I've put down some things about emerging markets that I've learned over the last 25 years. I think most of emerging markets are pretty much, I would say, in 5 areas: in Africa, Latin America, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Asia. The original BRICS, as you call it, were the big emerging markets, and we are talking about Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But now the BRICS now encompasses a larger number of countries, and in my opinion, there are a few that I think are going to be the next list of emerging markets, and they're basically Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, which you may or not know because one of the fastest growing countries in the world right now, Mexico. Surprisingly, a country that I checked up this morning is Ethiopia. It's one of the largest countries for in an emerging markets in Africa. Nigeria always was, close to 200 million people. Pakistan, of course, and Egypt. So these are the countries that will come up as the next list of emerging markets. And we as a company closely track these markets very closely. And also, I must also admit the DRC, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo, is also being very closely watched as an emerging market by a number of companies. So what you may ask, what is the difference between what we call developed markets and emerging economies? I have put down a few things that I have learned after working in these markets. And one really is the people, is what really defines, in my opinion, is developed markets tend to be much more structured, and developing markets or emerging economies tend to be driven by the energy of the people and the population, and then predominantly tend to be unstructured, and they tend to grow in different directions. Developing markets typically tend to grow linearly, and emerging markets typically, like an amoeba, would grow and explode in different areas. The other thing is the growth in developing markets tend to be due to the good governance and by the government. And funnily enough, the growth in emerging markets happens despite the governance issues, right, or the lack of governance. One of the most common things that you might hear is decay and the demographics that differentiate emerging and developed markets. Most likely you're going to, when you speak to a person in Europe, in Germany, or in Belgium, is that they're going to talk to you about how am I going to get my pension? While most likely, if you're going to speak to somebody in India, they're going to talk to you about how am I going to get my first job. Right? So that's a big difference between these two kind of markets. Consumption is a big story in emerging markets, while savings is a much more bigger story if you look at in the developed markets. You also see that digitalization is equalizing everything in emerging markets, and the boundaries between the rich and the poor, the educated versus uneducated, the rural versus the urban, start to get blurred as digitalization starts to equalize different populations across these countries. And the one big difference that when I started my career, and Hari told you about our time when we went to Pune, to Koregaon Park, which I must admit was right next to the Rajneesh Ashram. We wanted to start a restaurant. And one of the biggest challenges that we faced was how do we find the money to start our business? And honestly, today, that's the least of worries that entrepreneurs face in emerging markets. There's so much of money chasing wonderful ideas. And I think all of you are in a wonderful time of your careers where you should not really worry about where am I going to get capital, because you've got the fantastic ideas, you've got the energy. There is so much of money that's chasing fantastic ideas. So for the big difference in the last 25 years that Hari and I faced when we want to start as entrepreneurs is capital. And that's honestly become a no issue these days. So I thought I'd just first put down a few things about what I understood emerging markets. And the next question, of course, is leadership, right? What are the leadership challenges? And one of the things that I learned about leadership over time, and it's not that I learned this out of business school, and I learned this over time, is that the real challenge of leadership is to ask yourself the question as a leader: why should somebody else be led by you? So let me repeat. The question you should ask yourself as a leader is, why should somebody else be led by you? And if you can answer this question very well, I think that is really the answer to great leadership. And then always the question I ask myself every day is that why should somebody else be led by me? And I'm constantly trying to answer that question. And honestly, if you ask most leaders, there's not a perfect answer. We're striving towards that goal. So from a leadership standpoint, like Hari mentioned about a number of things about a good business, what I've learned, what a good leader should strive to achieve is, one, is to make sure that you set the ambition for either yourself, your team, or your organization. A lot is said about strategy, and honestly, the only thing that I've learned about strategy is all about what priorities you must go after and what are the things you must not go after. Strategy is all about doing the most important things and completely forgetting the most useless things. And that's really the second part of leadership. First is ambition, second is priorities. The third and the most important thing, and if you want to take anything from me, what I've learned in emerging markets is about execution. I mean, everybody can write a great strategy document, everybody can set priorities, but what truly differentiates great corporations in emerging markets versus the others is all about execution. It's about executing on the ground when what we call is when the rubber hits the ground. If you cannot execute, listen, there's nothing that happens. And why good companies, why Tesla gets a 800 billion valuation or a 750 billion valuation versus a company that that is talking about its strategy is really about this. And the fact is that by December last year, they delivered 500,000 electric cars, right? And that's all about execution. And the final thing is about great leadership is all about constantly measuring what you're executing, your strategy, and fine tuning it as you go along. And my final set of points to you young leaders studying is that what truly matters, what do you really want to focus on if you want to really succeed in emerging markets and if you want to succeed in life, is about number one is you got to have high energy. You just need energy day and night. You need to energize yourself first every morning. And if you cannot energize yourself every morning, you cannot energize everybody around you. So you got to find ways to energize your body, your mind, your spirit, your brain, day in, day out. And that's the challenge of a leader. Push the boundaries in emerging markets and in most parts of the world today. You got to push the boundaries. One thing I teach my team is not to ask why, and to really ask the question, why not? And not to ask the question how, is to ask the question how much. And if you can constantly ask yourself these questions, why not and how much, then there's absolutely no boundaries for success. So once again, thank you very much for sharing the time with me and the rest of the leaders today. I'm very happy to take on any questions, and I wish you all tremendous success on the road ahead. And I hope I am able to meet you somewhere, each of you, somewhere on my journeys or your journeys on the world ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. Concise, precise, with so much working across the globe. Maybe I'll go ahead. There are lots of questions on the chat box. I feel some of the panel members can also have a look because they've specified to whom the question wants, to which panel member it is. I'll start with Neil itself. Someone has asked, can you create, because you work across continents, can you create a leadership brand? Which is either organization based or sector based. Is there a brand which you can create which works over your many years now working in different continents and sector? Is there a particular brand of leadership which really works?
I think Hari mentioned it previously. So first of all, whoever answered this question, put this question forward, thank you very much for that. I think Hari touched upon it, and I must admit, is absolutely a leadership is all about the brand is all about being authentic. You just have to be yourself. That is the obvious thing. One is to be yourself. And the second one I learned is about you got to learn the highest level of EQ or emotional quotient. And listen, it's nothing. It's all about putting yourself in the feet, in the shoes of somebody who's in front of you, and truly understanding what that person is saying, listening deeply to what that person is saying, and responding to that person's requirements is the ultimate authentic way of being a leader. So first, being absolutely authentic, you just cannot put on a facade and take that for too long. Second is a high level of emotional quotient. Third is, I think Hari touched upon it again, you have to be extremely trustworthy. One strand of trust that gets broken is broken forever, right? So it takes enormous time and effort to build the trust, both as a leader and as a follower. But once you build that, keep it that way. Right? That is the third part of being the leader that you want. And just go after the biggest priorities with the highest level of energy. There's so many times as a leader, and all of you will come across in your careers where people ask you, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And honestly, in life, it's going after those 3 or 4 priorities with the highest level of focus, highest level of energy that brings the success. And the corollary to that is that you have to take out the things that don't matter. The best leaders I've met are the ones who absolutely cut out what they call the CRAP, is really take out things that don't matter. And that is as important as going after the things that matter. So these are the 4 things that I would say is a brand of leadership that would work anywhere else, anywhere around the world.
If I can add one point to that, if you're okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Neil has summarized it absolutely with total clarity. The only one thing that struck me is something that I have found very useful, especially when you're dealing with challenges that are global in nature, is that as a leader, you will be faced with many multiple challenges of different hues, different types, and therefore you must and the kind of people that you have to lead are so varied and so diverse that you must have a differentiated leadership style. You can never have one leadership style. It is impossible for anyone, because if you deal with every one of your people the same manner, I think you're trying to expecting people to adapt to your style rather than you adapting to people's style. As a leader, I think your success will be if you have leadership styles that adapt to whom you're trying to lead and to the challenges that you're facing at that given point of time. So having an extremely flexible and agile leadership style is very important in today's times and circumstances.
Very true. Would you like to add something to it, Mandira? Since you also worked with people from different backgrounds, New York is a cauldron of people from different ethnicity.
Yes, I would, and I have to agree with both the speakers' points just now. Absolutely hit the head. I also do really feel like I agree with Hari that people are so different, and all people and we ourselves need to be led differently. Somebody needs to be left alone. They're good, they're capable. Tell them what to do and leave the how to them. Some people need more hand-holding. Some people need to be talked to every day. Especially during the pandemic, I'm noticing people are more fragile. People are, juggling a lot. They're juggling home issues. They're juggling work. They're scared of getting sick. So the level of empathy that we need to show the people who work for us has really, really become more important, and to really listen to what they're saying. So the other thing that I do face in New York which is a little bit different from India, is exactly what you said, the diversity. So it's almost a little, it's one of the biggest challenges that I found after I came here, is how everybody is very politically correct, because you don't want to offend different backgrounds. It's a little exhausting at the beginning, because you can't say, in India, we're so casual, we joke, we make fun of each other's, cultures, language, food, and no one takes offense. Here, my God, you can get called up to HR, So when you're leading people, you really here have to really mind your P's and Q's. I think it's a little bit more challenging.
And Deepa, sorry if I may just step in one time. I was watching CNN this morning, in the absence of anything to do on a Sunday morning. It was a very nice piece that I've read it before, but I heard it from an African designer. And she said, if you want to go quick, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I thought it was a very, very nice piece about how the African people talk about leadership.
I think so well put, Neil. I think we come to an age where it's when we talk to students basic, we realize the value of working together and elevating each other, which really works. And I think in a way this pandemic has brought many of us together, because we realized we were at the same plane, from the lowest to the highest. There was no differentiation. So again, there's an interesting question by Gaurav. One of the questions, of course, all of them are B school students waiting to get a job, looking at companies, pandemic is there. large number of millennials join the workforce. So one is, do you have a different leadership compared to, we won't say our generation, but the generation before? And I think today, is there a difference that people look not just financial health of a company, but also a purpose which the company gives, whether it is something like in FMCG or hospitality, conglomerate? I think Hari has everything under his bracket, from an airport to a hotel to an aerometric. So is it something that millennials look at when you hire them as a workforce? This is all your floor.
Okay, I can give it a shot to start with. I think there is no two ways about it. It's an absolute truth in today's times that youngsters are looking to they're not looking for a job. They're looking for something that can engage them with a larger sense of purpose. And we're finding that if there is no larger sense of purpose, there is a sense of hollowness and lack of purposelessness that you're left with. And we find that specifically true amongst millennials. I think this is changing also because I think very early on in our education system, today, the thoughts around environmental sustainability, thoughts around the role that all of us as individuals have to play in the socio-economic upliftment of the entire country. These thoughts are being planted at a very early stage in the education system, and for very good reason. I'm very happy this is happening. So therefore, you're finding that the new workforce that is coming into the talent market these days is concerned about this. There are questions. So for instance, I remember, at least when I went for my interviews for the first jobs that I attended, I still remember the interviewer would ask a question at the end, would you have any questions for us? Right? And you knew this question was coming, and we would go with some standard 3 or 4 questions that you have by hearted that you're supposed to ask at the end of it. But today the nature of those questions have changed, and among the questions are things like this: what is the CSR policy of the company? Where are you spending your money? What impact do you make as an organization? And I think these kind of things are very important for employees. Do you have do you believe in diversity and inclusion? How many handicapped people work for you? These are all questions that people want to know. And I think as a responsible organization, to be one that thinks of all these things, how can we be socially inclusive? How can we think of ensuring that as we achieve progress, we do not leave destruction in our wake, but the fact that we only improve what existed before us as we achieve progress. Those are the kind of thoughts that really inspire youngsters today. And I believe that companies too are looking for that in our youngsters that they're trying to hire. It's not just enough if you're talented, but we also want to know what else do you have to contribute to the organization. What other talents that you have can come in handy in other areas. So I think those are my views on this topic.
If I could jump in. Yeah. If I could jump in, I have to say, I absolutely agree. Millennials are actually making us better. I am so impressed by the new workforce that's coming in, the people we hire. I mean, I feel like that I have personally told a bunch of 25-year-olds or so in my companies, various companies, how they inspire me to be better. You know, I really feel they ask the hard questions, they ask the interesting questions, and we people who work for so many years have so much to learn from the youngsters who are joining today. They actually make the companies better. I have examples of youngsters who've joined, millennials, and they will come say, you know, I support this charity. Can we organize a day where all of our senior management or team can go and support this charity? You know, I feel they are very well educated, they're very knowledgeable, and they ask really, you know, hard-hitting questions that are important to all of our companies. I tell you today, I learn from my 14-year-old daughter all the time, where she's passionate about Black Lives Matter. She's passionate about so many causes, political things, and she is learning things in school and educating me more, you know. So there's a lot of value from millennials. We have to listen to them.
So interesting piece that we've done at Nivea India. So one of the things that we learned is that one of our core audiences that we cater to with our products are the 15 to 22-year-olds. Why 15 to 20-year-olds? This is basically the first time that a youngster decides to change the skincare regime that his or her parent is not recommending, right? So this is a time when a youngster shaves for the first time or grows the beard for the first time. It's the first time when a young lady is not deciding on the same skin cream that her mother or a mother is not using. It's the first time that somebody is using a deodorant because that's the first time that you start experiencing body odor. So we learned for the longest time that we were catering to youngsters, millennials, but we were just too many 35, 40, 50-year-olds trying to decide what they should be using. So last year, we set up what we call as the Blue Jeans Council at Nivea India. It's a group of 15 youngsters, the youngest 15 people in our company who work very closely with me. And every time we have a question about how the office layout should be, what product should we decide, how a national conference should be decided, I get this team to come and talk to us. And they tell us what the things are. What should be the benefits, compensation and benefits for younger people. It's not going to be decided by a 45-year-old or a 35-year-old. It will be decided by this set of people. For instance, they've told us, listen, we want a holiday allowance rather than have a parental allowance. They're saying, listen, we want to come into office at 12 noon because we've partied all night the previous night. So listen, we're listening to them, not obviously agreeing to everything that they're asking us to do, but yeah, we're listening to them. And this Blue Jeans Council is really helping us shape the future of our workplace and the products and the services that we offer.
Have we lost Deepa?
Madam, please unmute yourself, madam.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So something, for all, it's inspiration at every age of our life, and we always wonder, how do you do it all? When I look at both Neil, Hari, and Mandira, it's a lot on the board. So, are there any personal habits or of coexistence which you believe for a leader or a person it elevates them to have a follower? I know you did go through many points about empathy and, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I don't want to use the jargon of time management, but certain personal things, which a checkbox, which really helps you to elevate, to have people follow you or has got you to this particular level.
Whom is that question directed at?
For all three, anyone can go in to start with,
Mandira, you want to start?
Sure, I can start. I think a lot of the points were touched on before. It's really, really important to listen to the people who you work with. Everybody's needs and the way they're motivated is different. So you do have to, like you had said earlier, you have to adapt yourself to them. I think, I think one of the most important things is to really, stay focused and really, like somebody said before, like really be somebody they can come to. I tell my people I work with, and I tell my kids as well, when there's two people that you want to hire, there are two candidates, and one of them gets an A+ in knowledge and expertise, but you can tell that they may not be a good fit for the rest of the team. They may not be a team player. You can tell they're too much about, their own success. And you can tell they may not be a good fit. And there's another candidate who may be A or a B+ in expertise and knowledge, but you can tell they'll inspire the team. They'll be a great fit. People will be excited to work for them. I always say, hire the person with the right attitude, because attitude can't be learned, but knowledge can be learned, So I feel that the one big thing is to create a team that can work well together, and also really work hard. I've had many cases where a lot of people have egos and issues and don't get along. Is how you have to teach them how working together as a team really, really makes you much stronger. And there's many cases I'm sure we've all experienced in our lives.
I will go next. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to suggest that you should go next.
So listen, a good leader should always know how to delegate. So that's so I'll tell you my personal experience. I think people who work and know me very closely, I'm somebody who likes to do different things, have a lot of different interests. And one of the things that I learned in the last maybe 4 or 5 years is that you got to find and create time for everything that happens in your life. And I break down all these things into 4 or 5 areas. One thing is what feeds my brain, what feeds my body, what feeds my mind, and what feeds my spirit. And every day, or at least every week, I make sure that there are different things that feed all the different parts of me. So uh, I get up early. I'm one of the earliest risers. I usually get up at 5:30, 6 in the morning. Most days, even when I go to sleep late, usually very early. Um, that's the time I spend time reading up a lot. Uh, I'm in the gym 3 or 4 times a week. Every Sunday, I'm out on the streets doing my photography, uh, and spend a lot of time on Saturdays and Sundays with the family. Uh, During the crisis, learned the guitar. So, listen, as a leader, one of the things you have to do is you have to feed different parts of yourself. That's so important because you got to constantly find energy. And if you're not energized yourself, you cannot energize everybody around. I told that I mentioned this previously. And the way I find energy to feed others is that I have to find energy to feed myself. And myself, as I mentioned, I feel different parts of me. And that's my advice to you. If you've got to really push yourself, these are areas that you've got to absolutely find time and sleep late, get up early, and then you'll find time for everything.
So, from my side, I think the question is a very interesting one. What do people look for in leaders as qualities that inspire them or that make them want to believe in that leader? I think what are the kind of qualities they look for? I think foremost, as I see it, is the fact, and I think this is also backed up by research. I can't remember who did it. I remember reading it some time back. Is the fact that for a leader to be credible is for him to be seen doing what he talks about, which you must have heard the term walk the talk. A leader who walks the talk is seen as a credible leader. And I always believed as a leader that you're always on stage, you're always being watched, you're always being observed. And therefore, it's extremely important for you to demonstrate visibly that you do what you preach. Second thing is people like to follow a leader who they see has a open and learning mind. When you're sitting with a group of people and your main objective is to tell everybody how much you know, vis-a-vis as a leader, if you're a person who's a sponge, who's absorbing what people say, I think that's the kind of leader they'd like to see. Somebody who is listening to them, who is willing to listen, who's willing to learn, who's willing to adapt, who's willing to change. And that, I think, is an important aspect of being a good leader, and for which, of course, a very important skill is to have a very genuinely listening ear. And the personal habits that Neil spoke about, three things that come to my mind for which enable me to be a good leader, which I think are very important. Three things. One, yoga for the body, meditation and reflection for the mind, and music for the soul. But I must tell you that Neil personally is someone I have always looked up to personally, because he's a terrific proponent of what he just spoke about. I have never seen somebody with such a varied a set of things that he can be engaged with, and I think he maximizes his time. I've never seen anybody able to manage his time so well. So when he spoke about the fact that you must try and do as many things as possible, the fact that you must prioritize to get it right, I don't think you can get it from a better person. I can tell you he's the best person you could receive this advice from, because I haven't seen anyone following it as well as he does, and that's what probably makes him a great leader.
That's fantastic.
I'd like to add one more thing to that. And actually, it's sort of the reverse of that. You know, being a working mother, we're juggling a lot of things. So I was once watched the senior leader, very successful person, speak at a conference, and she was asked, "How do you manage your work-life balance?" And she said her secret to her success, which comes to you later in life, not in the first 10, 15 years of your career, maybe. She said, to be truly successful as a leader, to be successful yourself, do what only you can do. I'll repeat that again. Do what only you can do. Hire smart, delegate the rest. It's really stayed with me. As you climb the ladder, learn to stay laser focused. And one of you said that before. Learn to stay laser focused on where you can truly make a difference. And that applies not just to your work, but also to your family responsibilities. There's so many things we can do, and we couldn't possibly do them all well. So focus on the things that only you can do on and do them really well.
So beautifully put, Mandira, which is so true. There's another question, and I've been getting repetitively this question, Mr. Neil George. It's about your book, Building the Perfect Beast. So I have a question from Pratik Pandey. He said, is it relevant to your own experience, the idea of writing a comic? Is it something which a journey which you went through?
So okay, thanks Pratik, thanks for asking that question. I think, let's put it that way, there is somebody out there in the corporate world who's gone through that journey. Okay. And then, yeah, it is the story that most of you, or many of you, will go through when you start your corporate life. Is that the first job that you take will always be, you'll always be the naive person. You'll spill that coffee. You'll make the mistake in the meeting. You'll fall in love with that colleague of yours. You will send out the wrong email to the wrong person, and you will shine. Of course, you will shine. And all this will happen in your first, second, and third years of your career, for sure. You will visit wonderful places. You will attend wonderful meetings. You'll meet fantastic leaders. But what you will see over the next many years is that you will see the good sides and the dark sides of the corporate. You'll see the good sides and the dark sides of people. And you will find out that when you finish about 25 years in a corporate, you've built yourself the perfect beast. Sometimes you will stand in front of the mirror and figure out that beast is not your boss, but that beast is often you. And the faster that you learn that that beast can be you, is the better is it that you'll unwind from being the beast. And that's the story of the book. It's philosophical, but it's true. I hope you understand what I mean.
We do, Neil, and it's just phenomenal. And of course, there is an artistic angle to it to be able to get into a comic, which is so relatable to to any genre. This is a question for, I know it sounds repetitive. We talk like, let's walk the talk, and it's easier to give guidance to others. Gyan giving is much easier. Is it difficult to maintain that honesty and empathy? Because I find it difficult in and around. Honesty and empathy as we climb as leaders, because we're not superheroes. We have our own, each one has to get on board and have their own goals and targets, which are either set by the organization or we set. Is it really, because you're at the top of an huge organization. You really are able to be honest and the empathy which you speak about, or is it a difficult balance when you're dealing with employees and internal co-workers and bosses and customers?
Well, depends upon how you're defining authenticity and how you're defining honesty. I have seen leaders making the mistake of being seen in a particular mold so that they look inspirational and for people to follow. And I think that's about losing authenticity, because you're trying to portray and project a persona that's not you. And I think that can be the biggest mistake that you can make. I think a good leader has to be seen to be vulnerable, and I think that's a very important aspect of being for people to relate to you as a human being. I think a vulnerability and the fact that you might make mistakes, the fact that you can mess things up as well, are elements of what make you as a human. And authenticity and credibility and honesty comes from that as well, of not being afraid to expose some of your vulnerabilities as well. And I found it very useful for your team to see you in vulnerable positions. And I think that has always helped me to build my authenticity.
I have to agree. I recently, just a couple of days ago, was watching this McKinsey video, which started with, the pandemic has gone on for so long and people are really tired. Those of us who are working, I mean, many of people in my industry are not working, but those of us are working double, and it's hard to always stay strong and motivated and motivating your team. And you can see your people are struggling. And it's so important that they see that you have struggles too. So to your point, Hari, like if I tell them I'm having issues with kids or learning or schooling or work or figuring out what the priorities are, it's really, really important that they say you're a human being, and you can make mistakes, exactly. And it's important to talk about it, not be the person who's always. It's not possible to always be rah rah rah. We can do everything. And speaking about honesty, at this company, I have more, I can make more decisions. But my last company, which is Ritz-Carlton, which was a Marriott company, it's a huge company. And there were many policies that the company would make for its different brands that worked for maybe a Marriott, but not for a Ritz-Carlton. So you had to, at some points, you could not be completely honest. You had to, at some points, be a leader and have to defend the position of the company, and then really push that to the people who you work for, and kind of convince yourself and convince them. But be honest, it's not going to be easy. We'll have to find creative ways of implementing these policies. But it's a policy, and ultimately we all work for a company and we have to follow it. So it's a fine balance. Sometimes you have to admit that this is challenging, but we have to do it, and we have to teach ourselves to believe in it. So it's not easy, but it does have to be done.
Very well put, Mandira. Neil, your last bit on it, because
So
you said leave your career.
thanks, Mandira. Yeah. So last bit, I'll talk just a quick one. I have written a piece on culture, and that's something that's very, very close to my heart. I've written a piece called The Seventh Strand, and the seven strands that define corporate culture. I think one thing that I always tell people is that if you really want to be authentic in a company, please join a company that has values that are closest to your personal values. And that's often easily said than done, because obviously you're joining corporations that are
Have we lost him?
I think so.
Neil, are you there? We'll just wait for 2 minutes. Because I think he's getting from the cafeteria. While we wait for Neil to join, we're in the fag end of our session. It's been absolutely invigorating. So much to learn from each other each day. I want full word, but I'll hand it over to, if it's okay with Mandira and Hari, if there are last words you'd like to say, and then I'd like to hand over to Dr. Pahukar sir to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Deepa Madam, for giving me this opportunity to present the vote of thanks. It's an honor and privilege to present the vote of thanks to the esteemed panel member of today's discussion on leadership challenges in the emerging market. As our esteemed panelists, they explained how the emerging market is giving opportunities for organization to grow. But when the organizations are growing from small to the large, and from nationally to the internationally, and they are scaling up themselves. But while doing so, they are facing the volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, and in order to deal those business environment, organization must have a right leadership to be placed. Okay, and the guideline, the hands-on experiences which our esteemed panelists they have shared with us probably will be helpful to develop those kind of leadership through which a resilient, flexible, knowledgeable leaders can be developed. Okay, so I would like to highlight some of the points which our esteemed panel member shared with us, like Mr. Harimara. He focused more on the organization must be customer centric, and organization must create that kind of environment, or the leadership in the organization must create that kind of environment which is customer centric, and all the processes and the product must be in line with the customer expectations. So that was really a great guideline he has given to us. Our next speaker, Ms. Mandira Sen, she talked about having the common goal and objective and the team spirit in the organization, and the leadership. If we are having that sort of, probably that can build a team which is having the same purpose, same objectives, and they can lead the organization positively. And again, one more important thing that she shared is the woman leadership is a very successful leadership which organization can get, and organization should believe in the woman as a good leader. Our next speaker, Mr. Neil George, he also given us some set of rules that organization leadership must have the vision. They must have the proper planning to execute that vision. At the same time, at the end, they should have some control measures, measurables, through which the execution can be measured and controlled. So if we create that kind of environment, probably we can get a good leadership into the organization. So all those things what our panel members they have shared with us are really helpful for emerging market players to develop that kind of leadership and to deal with the challenges associated with the leadership. So I would like to present my heartiest thanks to our all panel members. Just to mention the name of them, Mr. Hari Marar, Managing Director and CEO, Bangalore International Airport. I would also like to thank Ms. Mandira Sen, Senior Director, Revenue North America, Equinox Hotel. And I would also like to thank Mr. Neil George, Managing Director, Nivea. So on behalf of our Department of Management Sciences and Sathura Phule Pune University, we all would like to thank for your valuable time, and thanks for your guidance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Mandira ma'am, Mr. Hari Marar, and of course, Mr. Neil George. Over to you, Ria. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Next session. And thank you, Dr. Pavukar, sir.
Thank you,
being
madam.
co-panelists.
Thank you.
Express our gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Pahulkar for giving the vote of thanks. Now I would like to hand over the session to Govinda and request him to continue with this glorious event. Over to you, Govinda.
हाँ ठीक है. Hello everyone. Hi Govinda, nice to have you just in time. Let's begin with the valedictory.
Yes, ma'am. So a very good evening, everyone. So I hope you all enjoyed the panel discussion that we had just now. And trust me, it was really great listening to all the panelists. So we once again we would like to thank Mandira ma'am, Mr. Hari Marar, and Mr. Neil George, and Deepa ma'am. So audience, Now let us move on to the next segment of this summit. But before I do that, let me introduce you myself. So I am Govinda Sharma, a final year student of PUMBA. Audience, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of this grand event of PUMBA, the Global Leadership Summit 2021, themed as Riding the Tide Leadership in the Time of Crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into today's program, with pride, I would like to reiterate that in 2021, PUMBA completes 50 years of its foundation. So let us come together in celebrating the golden jubilee of this great institution. And to celebrate this day, we have some more eminent speakers, industry experts, and some special guests gracing this occasion. So before I do that, let me invite Aarti Prabhu, Assistant Professor of PUMBA of Savitribai Phule Pune University, to please share a few words with all of us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Govinda, and good evening to the dignitaries. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.S. Umrani, Registrar and Director, SCP School of Business, Dr. Pawar, our esteemed guest speakers who have joined us from across continents, Mr. Manish Das from Germany and Mr. Hari Nair from the USA. My colleagues, dear students, and especially the audience connected over Facebook, a warm welcome to the valedictory session to conclude the two action-packed days of the Global Leadership Summit 2021. The topic for today's session is team engagement in crisis. In these post-COVID times, it is all the more important to stay connected and invested. As we open the session, I promise this to be a crackling and interactive one. We begin with our expert speakers, followed by a Q&A session. A quick reminder to our audience live on Facebook and Zoom to please put in your questions in the chat window. Assure they'll be going.
Thank you, ma'am, for those lovely words. So audience, now let us start with today's session. So let me introduce our Registrar of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Prafulla Pawar, sir. Sir is the Registrar and Director of the School of Business, SPPU. I request sir to please share some of the key thoughts with all of us. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you, Govinda. Thank you. Am I audible, Govinda?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Professor N.S. Umrani, sir. Our esteemed guest today, Mr. Hari Nair and Mr. Manish Udhas, all my dear faculty colleagues and dear alumni and students. It's a matter of great privilege and pleasure for me to welcome you all to this valedictory session of 2 days Global Leadership Summit 2021. And it was an effort that when PUMBA is entering into its Golden Jubilee year, a year-long academic celebration we have initiated in these tough COVID times, this Global Leadership Summit is an effort to understand the evolution of PUMBA as a department, as an academic institution, and understand its nuances as an ecosystem that has shaped the lives of millions of students over these 50 years. All those pass outs, all our esteemed alumni have contributed immensely to the industry, to the society, to various fields of the business and academics as well. And we are also trying to understand by interacting with the industry stalwarts, like what should be the future course of action for this department so that we continue our endeavor of this very legendary journey. And at this juncture, in the valedictory session, today we have invited our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor. We all understand at a university level, the Vice Chancellor and the Pro Vice Chancellor are the supreme leaders of the institution. And in these tough COVID times, the way they have steered this university through various academic activities, various social endeavors, it has been miraculous and has been acknowledged and congratulated at various levels of society as well as government. And that's where Professor N.S. Umrani will be able to guide us as a department that how we should move ahead in our future journey. We also have today with us Mr. Hari Nair and Mr. Manish Udhas, two very, very senior industry leaders who will guide us. So please accept my welcome, heartiest welcome to each one of you, sir. And we look forward to a very enriching interactive session in this next 1 hour. Over to you, Govinda, with a note of thanks.
Thank you so much, Praful sir. It was indeed a great to listen to you. So audience, now we will invite the Pro Vice Chancellor sir of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. N.S. Umrani. I request sir to please take over and inspire us with his impressions. Over to you, N.S. Umrani sir.
Thank you so very much, Govinda, for inviting me for this a very, very important global leadership summit. Our director, PUMBA, Dr. Prafulla Pawar sir, HOD, and all the faculty members, coordinators, today's guest speaker, Honorable Hari Nair, and all my dear friends, students friends. Let me congratulate in the beginning to you all for organizing this very, very important summit for the purpose of making some enrichment in the lives of the students of PUMBA, especially for the second year students. Friends, we all know that though there is a great pandemic, lockdowns, closures, then crisis in economy, employment, even in education, despite of the fact that this pandemic has impacted heavily, hugely on the economy and lives and livelihoods, our university has been consistently functioning and working academically, governance-wise, even imparting quality education, teaching, learning, research, in all areas, even in innovation, startup culture, enhancing employability of the students. Though we are doing all those things online, but quality is not compromised at any level, at any moment. This is the one of the examples, the summit, how we are organizing. Students are participating, not only participating, but they are organization. They are in the forefront. Govinda is anchoring the whole session beautifully, and he speaks lovely. His language is very, very sweet. And I hope in future, he would be a great ambassador of PUMBA in industry and business, taking the knowledge and skills part on the PUMBA from various teachers, very senior teachers are there in PUMBA. We invite industry leaders. Today we have Hari Nair. He is going to guide you in the area, in the spectrum of leadership. Friends, as I said in the beginning, university is functioning in toto. Never we stopped. When on 13th March 2020, World Health Organization declared this COVID-19 as a pandemic, our Vice Chancellor immediately called a meeting of all the senior teachers and announced that Yes, there is a crisis, but university will not stop. And my students will get the knowledge and skill as per design, as per syllabus, as per curriculum decided in advance. And he appealed all the teachers, please come together, have a dialogue, a discussion, and create e-content for these great students, because they have high expectation from this great university. Already this university has completed 70 years and PUMBA is completing 50 years, glorious years. And this department has given wonderful leaders to the economy, business, and industry. Good news are there, economy is recovering. There are some strides in GDP also. GST revenue is increasing month by month. And you all know the Sensex is rising. And recently we have won the cricket match in Australia. And Ajinkya Rahane has shown his wonderful leadership. So how Ajinkya Rahane managed everything in great crisis? Number one, very, very calm, highly skillful, highly knowledgeable, and very, very cultured person. He born and brought up in a very, very humble and middle class family. He loves the nation, loves the society, and loves cricket. That is very important. So this is the clue. This is the guidance we all can take from Ajinkya Rahane. He has been Ajinkya. And Rahane means we have to remain. Always, whether it is crisis or non-crisis. In your life, I feel that I am of the firm belief that higher education is asset. Higher education is real capital for you. And higher education has been changing very, very fast in terms of accepting new technology, like online digital education, even examination, testing, everything is happening online. So we have to accept new technology, whether rural or urban. There is no alternative today. Number two, we have to go for study of multidisciplines, not only arts, commerce, science, even neurology, happening in sociology, research in history. So we need to enrich our knowledge in 360-degree. And I think this summit is for the similar motto. As I said, new technology, study of multidisciplines, and at the same time, skill development is one of the motto of higher education, and leadership skills come here. What is required by the leaders? Normally, there are three types of leaders at top level, middle level, and grassroots level. All these leaders are very, very important. They contribute to the development and growth of the organization. What's important is organization and growth. If growth comes, development comes, then that is the success of leadership. Status quo is not a task of leadership. He has to make the changes, possible changes, positive changes, creative changes. If growth happens, even in politics, in industry, in business, if there is a growth, development, revenue enhancement, that is a successful leadership. And I think as far role is concerned, he has to be entrepreneur. At the same time, he has to be a risk taker. And he has to be a wonderful decision maker. He has to provide guidance. He is a mentor. And at the same time, he has to control. That means control the cost reduction, profit maximization, satisfaction, delight, all those things are there. On one side, we have to maximize the profit. At the same time, we have to think of the customers. because consumers are the God. The product and services are created by for the consumers. So managers' main task is to take the care of people, planet, and profit simultaneously. So earning as well as ethics and as well as environment. If planet is not safe, we are not safe. So these all pandemics are effect of climate change, climate crisis. We are responsible. Our lifestyle is responsible. So leader has to be very, very sensible, sensitive, knowledgeable, and visionary. And it is said that as far as ethics is concerned, in organization, university, in college, Caesar's wife must be above suspicion. So he must be visionary and at the same time, he must be ethical. So friends, without taking much of your time, I express happiness and satisfaction at this juncture, and I wish all the best, all the students, and I welcome Hari Nair sir for this summit. Thank you so very much for inviting me for this beautiful leadership summit. Thank you. Thank you, Govinda, and all the teachers, and Director PUMBA and HOD, and faculty members. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, it was very inspiring to listen to your encouraging words. Being an MBA student, I could relate so much to the inputs that you have shared. I will really try to at least grab some of it. So, audience, thank you so much, Umrani sir. Now we'll move on with the actual session. So in this segment, we would be brainstorming on team engagement and crisis. And to understand this statement, let us first realize what does the word team engagement really mean. So in the words of Kevin Cruz, who is an entrepreneur and a best-selling author, so team engagement is the emotional commitment the employee has to the organization and its goals. But how does this team engagement work in times of crisis? Well, that's what we are going to decode in the further session. So friends, let me invite our guest, Mr. Manish Udas. Sir is currently working as the Vice President and Business Unit Head for the Global Service and Customer Care. Sir has done his engineering in electronics. He also did his MBA from Pune University. Sir completed his postgraduate diploma in foreign trade and international business. Sir holds a patent in computer implemented method for providing data, in particular for compliance tracking. Currently, Sir is assessing startups and helping them to develop business plans. He considers creating labor and not losing talents as one of the most critical aims of his professional journey. And therefore, he nurtures and develops talents by guiding them and sharing his experiences in various functions in different organizations. Sir believes in impressing through results and working on sustainable business plans. Sir has proven results in supply chain management, improving customer experience, developing digital or organic portfolios for business units. So without taking much time, let me request Mr. Manish Udas to please take over and share his thoughts with all of us. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, very good evening to you. I hope you can hear me well, Govinda.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Very good. So I was already in two crises today, right? So Aarti madam and Govinda said, sir, can you put a background on Zoom? And that was like, okay, this is an existential crisis for me, right? How do I get a background without my imaging getting lost and stuff like that? The second crisis was slides, and I fear slides dearly with my life. We call that death by presentation. So if you want to take time and buy time, what do? You go to a management meeting, come with 50 slides, you have 30 minutes, and then you're trying to give those 50 slides like a vaccine to the management. And before they understand, they are in deep number crunching. They don't know what is the aim, where you started, where you're going to end up, right? So I thought I wouldn't keep you with this kind of a painful time. So I have 10 minutes, I believe, and let us see what we can do out of those 10 minutes. So crisis, right? crisis, as you would read anywhere in Wikipedia or something, is an event or events that impact your life or impacts humanity or something, occurs very often when you don't plan, right? Murphy is the owner of crisis. If you ask me, there is this Murphy sitting somewhere in the corner, ensuring that you're least prepared and throwing some stuff to make your life interesting. Yeah. So crisis happens when you don't plan, and then it completely screws up everything that you're looking forward to. Yeah. And that is what we in the management world call the VUCA environment, just to throw some term in the room: volatile, uncertain, and all of that. But life is uncertain, right? If you hear the Beatle, he quoted, life is what happens when you're busy making other plans, right? So we think making plans is important, this and that. Life continues to have its journey. A corona comes in, you don't have that in your plan, you've got to factor it. So what you need to do is, we need to always be very agile and nimble, right? I would just say, think about Muhammad Ali. He said, be like a butterfly and sting like a bee. He used to move so fast that the opponent did not know what is to be done. And we need to be fast. We need to react in this world very, very soon, because changes will happen before you even know they're going to happen. So when do you get stuck with crisis, and how do you deal with it? So as I said, they impact you negatively. The second thing that happens is, I would quote Viktor Frankl. He was an Austrian psychologist. He was in Auschwitz, which was a NS concentration camp. And when many people died, Viktor Frankl survived, and he wrote a book on the meaning of, in the man's search of meaning, basically. And in that he said, when we are no longer able to change the circumstances or the situation, then we are forced to change ourselves. And he also said, those who have a why for life, then the anyhow will do for them. So if you are faced with crisis, and crisis is an existential crisis, and I will use Corona as an example to go through this, then the first thing that will happen is, you would have to think as to what has to be done. And the pro-vice chancellor made a very good point. He said, the planet and people and this. I would correlate it exactly as how we did at Zeiss. And we said, the first thing in a pandemic where people are dying, even today, 17,000 people have died, is you have to take care of your employees. So first aim is employees. Second is, you are there in business, or you are there to serve others, right? The aim of a company is to produce products or services for the service to make life easy somewhere, in most of the companies at least, right? So how do you ensure that the customers who you are working with and who are going through a tough time, they're also getting support? And the third thing is, how do you ensure that while doing that, you are not ending up being someone who needs support? So how do you manage the profitability of your company, or standing above water? That was the aim. And this happened when goals were set. Germany has many organizations which end on 30th of September, the year end. We set the goals in October, November, everything was fine. December 30th, we had Corona. We had no plans, all goals, budgeting, targeting, midterm planning, nothing had Corona, even as a slide mentioned, as a pandemic that would hit the complete geography. And before you know, in May, this thing had us completely in grips, right? So if that is the thing, how do you manage? So you need to have a goal. You need to come up with this. Secondly, whenever a crisis occurs, a crisis is not limited to the company. It is not necessarily limited to you. It is also impacting your family. The pro-vice chancellor was talking about work from home, study at home, all of that good stuff. That means the parents, the employees and their parents and their children, had to plan their day, had to share that laptop or iPad or something. And you cannot just expect, 9 to 5, you're going to work. You've got to adapt. You've got to understand the challenge that is there, and kind of make these 2-3 different worlds and ecosystems manage. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. It's not about punching time, Hamali come. You come there at 9, go at 5, whatever happens, gives a damn, right? That's not the aim. We are here to change something, and we are here to change something. It is about the team, right? So you need to think about that. So you need to have some personal resilience too. The other gentleman, I think his name was Hari too, and he mentioned it was music for him, it was health for him, and the mental health. So work-life balance, and I remember saying this to someone, is it's like that weighing scale, this tarazu of that justice goddess. Yeah, if you want to balance work and life, you cannot take life out of work, and you cannot take work out of life. You've got to manage these two. You've got to put something in their life. So get a living. Yeah, there was a person who was asked, what do you for a living? What do you do for a living? And that gentleman said, oh, for a living, I play tennis, I run, I love music, I cook, I have a family. And the other guy said, time out, time out. I've done an MBA. What do you do for a living? He again repeated this, and he thought this guy is tough. He's a tough nut to crack. He said, 1 second. See, example, an Indian meets a Brazilian who's speaking Portuguese. Living, I go to the company, this, that. He said, no, that is how do I earn my living. Life and living is about everything outside of working. So work-life balance is getting a life. However you say, he's got a tough life and he works 12, 13 hours a day. Yeah, but there is 12 hours left. If you sleep 7 hours a day, you've got 6 hours left. What do you do in your 6 hours? And remember, Bruce Lee, one of that guy I like, and there would be quotations I would throw. You can check them up. If they are not correct, then let me know, but normally they would be right. Bruce Lee said, if you love life, right? If you love life, then don't waste time, because life is comprised of time. Yeah. So if 24 hours are not enough, then I think it is going to be tough, because everyone has 24 hours, right? So then there comes the question, okay, we've got a challenge, we've got a team, we've got a plan, what we want to do, people, organization, and customers. Break that plan down. So if at home, when we go, and we still are a very male chauvinistic society, and my predecessor was talking about women in leadership, we always think women belong to the kitchen. That is wrong. I was just cooking today. Really, cooking means, making some aloo paratha and stuff like this. If you believe in distributing time, this and that, you have a team, and you succeed only as a team. Man is a herd animal. Every animal in that herd has a job. And if you understand that and give the right job to the right team member, he will succeed. And don't tell him how it is done because you did it 100 years. Maybe he has a cool idea how to do it. And that idea would be much different and much more impressive and fast. Give him that opportunity. Maslow, the highest need of Maslow was self-attainment, right? So if I have the freedom to be creative and exploit my complete potential, then I have reached that nirvana in professionalism, right? So if I give people the chance to do that, that would be good. Then the question comes of, the team is there is a plan, but there's no trust. So firstly, I'll say, no, sorry, then you hired the wrong people. And if you hired the wrong people, you are the wrong person to lead that team because you hired them, right? So why are you complaining about it? If you didn't hire them, then you need to fix this. But if you did, then you need to trust people. Otherwise, how do you expect them to trust you? You cannot demand trust. You can only command trust. So how do you build that trust? When you don't trust the people, actually the problem is you don't trust the outcome will be achieved, right? So if you want to achieve that outcome, then have some measurable goals, have some goals that people can achieve, they can relate to, that they know what is their contribution. If you write a vague kind of vision, to be the greatest and this and that, and people will say, yeah, but how? And then you will struggle. And people don't follow someone if he doesn't know what he's talking about. So make that target very tangible, make that vision very tangible, that people can follow and understand what it is about, what I can do to change it. Once that is there, the pull comes from the people. Once everyone knows why we are doing it, including you as the leader and everyone, and they understand that you are also part of that game, you are that link in that chain. Make sure you're not the weakest link, but if you are part of that chain, then it will work. Yeah. So then comes the question, okay, I have a plan, I have given them, break that into milestone targets, etc. And then you will find out that your trust that wasn't there comes back in because you start seeing progress. You can measure it, you can question, you can correct it much earlier. For that, you would need communication. Communication is very key. All the management training that you will get after you get gray hair, right, is only about listening. Because you, at that point in time, you need to know that it's not about talking. And you can see, if you give me a chance, I start going on a rant, right? More than 10 minutes, I'll keep on talking. That shouldn't be the case. So you need to listen, you need to communicate the goal, you need to start measuring the progress, and then the trust will come. Yeah. You then start acting as a leader. So how should a leader be? And here I will quote some different things. The leader is not there because of the title. Forget it. So Colin Powell was asked, when he was in the Marine School earlier on, he said, he asked his sergeant, and he was a lieutenant at that time, how do I know I'm a good leader? He said, Lieutenant, you will know you are a good leader when your people start following you. Yeah? It was a very simple point of fact kind of a thing. And uh, you need to lead from front. If I stick to some couple of military examples, the person Helmore, General Helmore, if you see that movie, We Are Soldiers, We Are Soldiers, in that movie he says, and it is quoted from other people, that he said, in every battle, big battle that you will go, I will be the first person who gets off, and I will be the last person who will get on a helicopter. You've got to lead that from the front. You cannot sit back and push people in the battle. You need to take that up. Yeah. And you need to build that on solid content. And here I will just quote Katherine Johnson. Katherine Johnson was that lady who was the brain in computers, right? She was there calculating the trajectories of NASA objects very, very long ago. Yeah. And she was so good that when the Apollo 11 mission came up, the guy, the astronaut Glenn, he was going to go in, and he called that person on the ground, and he said, ask the girl, call the girl. If she gives me go, then I'm ready to take off. Yeah. So the leadership is based on content knowledge. You cannot build trust out of nothing. You cannot just say, I'm the manager, so you need to trust me. People should believe you are knowing what you're doing. And the same Colin Powell was asking, what is leadership? He said, leadership, he learned that also in military school, is when people are ready to follow you out of sheer curiosity, if nothing else. And when that happens, then you are a leader. So you need to have knowledge, you need to have trust, you need to listen, you need to give up when you make failures and accept them. You need to be very honest. And you cannot compromise values. You need to have values. You need to stand up. Yeah, this McRaven guy, who was a 4-star general who retired from the US. He was a Marines, and he retired a couple of years ago. He said, crises are difficult times, and when you are in the darkest moment of life, because you lost something or this, that is when you have to look inside your heart and be the strongest. So in your crisis, you've got to be strong. You cannot be weak. You need to fight. Yeah, you cannot tell your team, I'm shivering. Nobody's going to follow you. They are looking for someone to take you through difficult times, and that is you. You wanted to be a manager. That is not when the going is easy. That is when the going is tough. That is where it's going to come up, right? And it is about solving problems. You are there as a servant leader. You need to solve problems. And as Pavel said, the day when soldiers stop coming to you with their questions, they don't believe or they don't think that you will do anything. Either way, you've lost being a leader. So you need to solve this, right? And last but not least, however you prepare, however you do something, things will go wrong. Only thing that will stay is, are you ready to accept the change, adapt, and do things fast? Why? Because if the moments of crisis did not occur, as this Alice Bailey woman said, then life will simmer down to that mundane and a general dead level, and we will not come and make new things. So the other definition of crisis is, it is that thrust to a new or higher order that helps to create the universe, create transformation, create innovation, and create evolution. Crisis gets the best out of you because you are challenged. So don't look at crisis negatively. And if you look at the corona crisis, look at digitalization. The greatest push on the planet for digitalization wasn't Microsoft, Google. It was corona that pushed it. Work from home, study from home, everything. Trust, the second greatest push. If I don't trust people and I have 1600 people on the planet, I have no other option but to trust them because they are working from home and I have to assume that they are working. Because I don't know, now it's 4:30 in India, it's around probably midnight in Australia, and it is midnight in Brazil. I need to trust the people when they wake up to do something. So trust grew up. The other thing that grew up is the contribution not of this Greta Thunberg, but the contribution of Corona, reduction of flights and O2 emission, the biggest impact. You can see it, by the way, from the satellite, how all large big cities, this carbon dioxide thing went down. And last but not least, we came together as a world to try and fix this problem because we could not solve this alone. So crisis gets the best of you. You need to just be prepared and you need to be agile and you need to fix this because only you can solve this, nobody else. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Every word that you spoke carried so much of meaning in it. And trust me, the best part was when you said that leader is one whom people follow out of curiosity. That is something very different thought. Thank you so much for sharing your for such insights. So we will now welcome our next guest. So this guest is currently working as the Senior Vice President at Expedia Group. Sir has completed his studies from Harvard Business School in Education Strategic Management. And one of his specialities is that he is highly skilled at revenue management and distribution. Sir has been responsible for building and sustaining Expedia's leadership position with lodging partners throughout North America. Sir has also been responsible for leading, developing, motivating, and managing the market management workforce, which consists of a talented team of more than 400 people. He has successfully established strategies and initiatives while building organizational capability to accelerate Expedia's position as a thought leader and first call partner. So audience, please join me in welcoming Mr. Hari Nair. I request Mr. Hari Nair, sir, to please take over and share some of the key thoughts with all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Govinda. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. It was great to hear Manish. Manish, it's good to see you virtually. What a delight to be here. This morning, I've been on this call since 4:30 in the morning, which is New York time. It's about 6 o'clock here. I'm on my 6th cup of coffee, although I think that the medal goes to Mandira, who was in the previous session, because her session was much earlier than mine. This session is personal for me, and it is personal because I am from Pune. My home is in Pradikaran in the Pimpri Chinchwad area. And same time last year is when I had the opportunity to actually come to PUMBA and speak to the students in person. I feed off the energy of a live audience. This is the best we can do in a constrained coronavirus or a COVID environment. And I'm going to try and make the best out of it. A big thanks to Deepa for inviting. Deepa, it was great to see you last year. I must have done something right. You call me again at your own peril. Aarti, it is great to see you as well. So my name is Hari, and I've been working in the travel business. And the reason I chose this picture, this is deep in the jungles of Africa in Rwanda next to silverback gorillas in their own environment. This is not in a zoo, this is deep in the jungles. I chose this picture because this year has shown us what travel actually means to us. And in fact, this year has shown us as to when you don't travel, what it does to you. To me, having worked in the travel business for a while, travel is freedom. Travel is life. It changes lives. Travel educates. And I think someone once said, if there is life, there is travel. And I'm hoping, and I'm sure all of you are as well, that once the constraints have been removed, once the chains have been removed, we will be able to travel far and wide with your friends and family, or even going on solo trips. And that's the reason why I chose this picture. In the last 2 days, you have learned, and there's been a lot of input that has been coming your way. And I was almost telling Deepa and Aarti that, oh my God, I'm the last segment between what you have been through and having a wonderful Sunday evening with your friends and family? And is there space for dessert? Because sometimes you may have eaten so much during your appetizer and main course that there is no room for dessert. And Manish is in my segment is the last one, so I'm hoping you have some space for it. And the topic is around team engagement in crisis. And there are so many things that is going through my mind, and I'm trying to lean into all of my experiences, and my colleagues have as well. But I'm going to focus on 3 specific things that I think that I have learned from. These are not the only 3 things that you have to learn, but these are Hari's learnings, particularly in the last kind of 12 months. So I'll go to the first one. So if you can go to the next slide. These are my learnings. The next one is, let's see if the slide progresses. And it is about being vulnerable. And in the previous session, coincidentally, you had a gentleman called Hari Marar, whose talk I loved. He talked about vulnerability. I had a pretty rewarding career in India before I came across here to the US. And strangely, as I was learning life in India about how to be a manager and so on, the system taught me directly and indirectly that don't show your weakness. Always show that you're in control. Even if you don't know what the heck you're doing, show that you're in control, because what will the staff say? Log kya kahenge? Staff kya kahega? You are the manager, you should always seem to be in control. And then when I grew up, I realized that it is important to show your human side. It is important to show your vulnerability. It is okay to say, I don't know. It is okay to say, teach me and help me. This is the way you lean on your team members, on your friends, on your family, and so on. It is important to show vulnerability in my sense because of a couple of things. One is everyone knows that you are not perfect. People know that you have flaws. The question is whether you know you have flaws, and people want to know that. The other aspect about vulnerability is it is actually not a weakness. It takes a lot of courage to show your human side. So therefore, vulnerability to me is something that I have learned, particularly this year. Because in a world of COVID, you did not have a playbook. I think there are many leaders before me who've gone and said, COVID was unexpected. It was a crisis. We did not have a playbook. There was no format. Therefore, the ability to stand in front of 4,000 people for me and to be able to say, I don't know, teach me, was an important lesson for me. My ex-boss, who is currently the CEO of Uber, his name is Dara. He's a good friend now. When he moved to Uber almost 3 years ago, he inherited a culture that was extremely toxic within the entire Uber company as such. And when he went in, he had to lean on the people of Uber to show him the right way. He also became an Uber driver in the streets of San Francisco for a couple of weeks because he wanted to understand what it is like to be a driver in Uber. What happens when you take the wrong turn? Are the maps on Uber app showing appropriately? What happens when you don't pick up the customer at the point when they say that's where they want to get picked up? So being vulnerable and the ability to lead from the front, but also showing the human side is an important element. So that is number one that comes to my mind. The second element that comes to my mind, which is on the next slide, is to choose fearlessly. Many times we get asked, like, if you had the opportunity to have a lunch or a dinner with a person alive or dead, who would you choose? And I would choose this person. He is a sailor, and his name is Sir Ernest Shackleton. Ernest Shackleton, his only mission in life, this was in the early 1900s, was to be the first person on this planet to conquer and reach the South Pole. But in 1911, there was somebody else who beat him to it. So he was not the first person. So he changed his objective and he said, I want to be the first person who crosses the Antarctic from one point to the other. And I'm going to do that with 11 people. and he was on a ship that was called the Endurance, the ship that you see on the right-hand side of his image. So about just 96 miles before reaching the South Pole in 1914, 96 miles, this is a journey from the United Kingdom, his ship got stuck in ice. And they were stuck in ice for 6 months, and the pressure of the ice completely crushed the ship. Talk about a crisis where you're in the Antarctica, where you can't just, there are no roads, you can't just jump in a car and come back home. And his entire mission, where he was obsessed his entire life about wanting to be in the South Pole, very quickly changed to how do I get my 11 men back home alive? That was his biggest single mission. And they had no boats, the dogs had died, all the food had gone, there is no vegetation, and he had to get his 11 men back home alive. That was his single purpose. And he was very decisive in that. It was not, we've come this way, this far, we have to find a way. No, 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 he changed his mission completely. So the ability to choose fearlessly becomes a very important trait. For businesses this year, it has been a very difficult year. We've had to make some really difficult decisions about laying people off, simplifying our business model, trying to be cost effective, and all those things. And the reason why I tell the student community is because in life, as you explore life, you're going to need to choose fearlessly because you're going to have a lot of choices and you're going to need to be decisive. The third thing that comes to my mind, which is the final slide, I promise, is include consciously. In the previous session, Bandira talked a little bit about this, and she brought in a perspective from including women in leadership and in teams. All of us come from different backgrounds, different genders, ethnicity, race, so on and so forth. All of us have different family backgrounds, different values, but we all have something to offer. I'm reminded of Manish just said he cooked some aloo parathas. It sounds delicious, Manish. It's too early in the morning for me to have aloo parathas. But I think about your mom's or your favorite chef's best dish, right? I'm thinking about a nice masala chicken gravy or a vegetarian item. And think about all the ingredients that goes into it. The onions and the garlic and the ginger and the tomatoes and the peppers and the cinnamon and the cardamom. Individually, these ingredients don't mean anything, but come together, they are magical. And in this world of Corona, as Manish also said, he had 1,600 employees all over the planet. The question is really, how do you include these individuals into your conversations? Shake the tree, because everybody has got something to offer. And therefore, inclusion, keep that in mind as you become leaders. Don't exclude your team members. Find a way to bring them into conversations, because not everybody's built the same. So I'm going to stop here after my three areas that I talked about: inclusion, choose fearlessly, and be vulnerable. It is okay to show your human side, because fact is we are all human. So I now look forward to the Q&A session, but thanks so much again for the invite.
Thank you so much, Hari sir.
Hi, shall we start with the audience round? I hope all our audiences are geared up. We've been getting a lot of questions from the registration and also a lot of questions now over Zoom and Facebook. Govinda, can I quickly check, am I audible? Because my net is dipping here.
Yes,
am I audible? Great.
Yes,
So audiences,
yes,
great. So can we have our, we have our two guests. We have Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor with us, and what good opportunity then to ask them questions right away. So here we go. There's Divyang from Zoom audience right now, Govind Prasad Goyal, faculty, IMS Law College, Noida, and Mr. Chandrasen Kothawale, faculty, MSS ASC College, Jalna. The question is, how businesses engage team in this crisis, and how important is monetary inducement? So Mr. Udas, if you may, can I throw this question at you? How do businesses engage the team during this crisis?
So thank you, and thank you, Hari. Very insightful, and I'm sure you would have loved the aloo parota. You know, I'm always looking for guinea pigs here to taste out. Very good. So engagement, engagement is the attention. You have rapt attention. When there's a film going on, you are stuck and you don't even hear your wife saying something to you. That is when engagement is very high. And how do you reach that point? You always reach that point when things are very interesting, when you have one mind. Yeah, in meditation, in martial arts, you say one mind, one thought, and it is very tough, I can promise you. Yeah? So having one mind means having that goal, having that aspiration, having a meaning for what you are doing. Yeah. If you look again, if I come back to that Maslow's theory, self realization, actualization, purpose, can I do something? If you give people that purpose and freedom to do something that they would love to do and be creative to achieve it, then you will start working wonders, right? As this Viktor Frankl said, in man's search of meaning, if you give a purpose to a person, he will do wonders. So first is give purpose, be aspiring, give freedom, and don't give the person the fear that, oh my goodness, if I fail, I'm the next person who's going to be hanged. Yeah? So he should feel that there is an environment where he can fail. That is fine, right? So if I do that and I give that aspirational goal, it shouldn't be easy. Yeah, after some time you will be bored in life. It becomes very sedentary. It has to be really where you feel I achieved something. Wow. After studying so much, after playing that match, the pro vice chancellor mentioned how we won. It was the last day. Would we do it? Odds against us. That is when it was fine. On a personal note, uh, uh, last year when I gave the team a goal and I said, we have to beat this. We have a budget. We have last year's, the year before's figures. That was an exceptional year. We have to beat it by $50, not more than that. Yeah, and we can do it. And then I gave them a plan, which was doable. Everyone knew what is to be done. When they started working towards it, they started converging to that aim, then it took a momentum on its own. Then you are just that facilitator, that orchestrator, and that engagement comes in, right? Then the other question when you say is how do you engage people, monetary engagement? There is a study of the Princeton University, if you would have read, and there's also a study that happened in UK a decade ago. There is a salary that says when do you get out of this fear level and physical needs and safety, that's around $70,000 euro, however you look at it in the continent, yeah, pounds, US dollars, euros, whatever. And there is something that is 105 where all your needs and home mortgages and loans can be paid. After that, it doesn't matter. And the other example is, even if you have €1 million salary, you start looking here and there and you start seeing, he has 1 million too, no? Somehow 2 million, 3 million, you will never be satisfied. So monetary satisfaction after a certain time becomes a comparative satisfaction. You start outsourcing your happiness to somebody else, and that becomes you are dragged around like a rag doll. So if you give people a purpose, that purpose is always unique. So to a certain extent there is monetary reward, and that should be more symbolic, where you make people realize that you appreciate this. Yeah, and how could it be done? In those times when the teams were working day in day out, I asked people, I gave them an Amazon card or something, and I said, get your wife and you a good dinner, get your wife something good, because she has contributed that you could work overnight and fix this thing. You did it, but there was an organization, like my wife takes care of anything, everything. If you do not have the right partner, that right team, you won't succeed. So symbolic monetary thing is good. Money in itself will never, but the purpose will succeed to get teams engaged. Hari, would you like to add?
Yes, sure, Manish. Thanks. Yeah, I think it's a good question in terms of how do you engage teams, and the operative word for me here is crisis, and that's what I'm going to focus on. And there are three things that comes to my mind, and I think Manish gave that example that last year when they were doing their goals in the company, they had a lot of goals, but then the coronavirus hit, and none of those goals meant anything because you have to change very, very quickly. So there are three things that comes to my mind. Because if you think about a crisis, it is unexpected, it is unplanned, nobody saw it coming. So there is no playbook, there is no format. So the first thing that comes to my mind is for teams and for leaders to be very clear on what they're going to do to combat the crisis, but more importantly, what they're not going to do. That becomes really, really critical. What are you not going to chase? Who are you not going to chase? Second is because nobody is unexpected, it is unplanned, it is okay to fail. But what is more important, it is to fail fast. That becomes important. And the third element is trust that everybody will do their jobs because everybody has their own swim lanes. So to me, it is clarity on what not to do, the ability to fail fast so that you can get up and learn again. And third is trust that everybody will do their job. I have a very different perspective on inducing monetary benefits during a crisis. The answer to in my mind is no. You don't think about monetary inducements during a crisis. What you think about is just survival. That becomes your number one objective. How do you survive during a crisis? How can you make your business survive? How can you make sure to the extent that you can that everybody has a job, but sometimes difficult decisions need to be made because the objective is for the survival of the business. If the business survives, the people will survive, not the other way around. And then there is a time and a place when the crisis is over, when you can reward your people, you can acknowledge their efforts, you can give them monetary bonus and increments and everything else. But in the middle of a crisis, if somebody says to me, how are you going to monetarily, how is it going to benefit me? I think that is the wrong thing to say at the wrong time because the focus is on survival. So that's my response to the question.
Thank you, the two of you. That was really, yes, money not right now, please. But thanks for now. The next question, Dr. Umrani, we have Ipsita Chakravarti and Dr. Shravan Kumar Singh from Delhi. And they ask, what, in your opinion, are the key qualities of true leaders in today's scenario? The qualities of true leaders in today's scenario. Dr. Umrani?
Sorry, Arpi, do you want Dr. Umrani to say something or do you want us to just respond?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy if you all respond as well. So the question is open to the house. What are the key qualities in today's leaders in the scenario we are in today in the crisis?
Yeah, I think, and I'm happy to take this and I'll turn it over to Manish. During the crisis, if that again is the focus, there are a few things that come to my mind, but I will just focus on one or two because there are so many things a leader can do. One is the ability to roll up your sleeves and lead from the front. I think Manish also gave a few examples out here about General Colin Powell. You should know when to roll up the sleeves and lead from the front, and you should know when to get out of the way and let the teams do what they need to do as long as you've been very clear in what is it that you want to achieve. I think that's number one. And second is, empower your teams. We talked about vulnerability. There's a lot of leaders out here who've been on this call that have talked about showing the human side, because in crisis, people are dealing with life. They have to show up at work, but at the same time, they're dealing with kids, family, education, travel, pandemic, all of that. So the ability to show your human side and empower your teams so that they can go and get the next thing. Those are the two things that comes to my mind amongst many things that are currently in my head. Rolling up your sleeves and leading from the front, get out of the way if you can. And second is show your human side.
That's so true, and this takes me to morning. I had a speaker who also mentioned that show up as a leader, which I think really is something similar to what you just shared. And can I have the next question now from Mr. Udas? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So here there is a question from Tahura, who's from the Zoom audience right now, and Sarang Dani, faculty, Naralkar Institute. how leaders should build the sense of belonging, and also are there any tips for working in virtual teams? So now the whole team dynamics has changed to virtual. So what are the tips there, and to build sense of belonging during these times of work?
So, I mean, virtual teams, we need to understand and not mix up concepts, right? So, work from home is not a virtual team. Okay, it just changes work from office to work from home. Yeah, so the location of work changes. Virtual teams are teams that are geographically in different locations and different time zones. Yeah, and now the challenge of how do you lead virtual teams comes up due to this same factor. One is your time difference, right? So Hari is there at 4 o'clock in the morning. So expecting Hari to be here every day at 4 o'clock, he will leave us. Yeah, that is how simple as it is, right? Unless we remunerate him so that he can go home or sleep earlier, he's not going to do this every day. Second thing is the language part of it, right? Cultures and languages and behaviors are different from country to country, and we need to have an empathy towards this. And there has to be very clear rules of engagement as to when you write, I need this urgently, the guy who looks at his mobile and is addicted to it at the middle of the night should not feel, oh my goodness, I have read this now, I need to answer it. My boss has seen that I have read this WhatsApp message at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? So there has to be a clear rules of engagement that say, I will expect an answer at 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, whatever is the situation, unless I ask you. And that unless I ask you should be really when, you know, the sky is literally falling down. You don't make that as a practice. Don't ever exercise that as your power of a leader, because you'll fail to be a leader in the eyes of the people, right? So the third thing is about trust. And the trust doesn't come simply because your communication is less. When we met physically often, right? We had that cup of coffee, you had the tete-a-tete, you discussed problems, this and that. You understood from the facial language, body language, the person didn't get it, and you continued working. When you are in a virtual world, you have those time-bound agendas. You know, 4 to 4:30, this person, 4:30 to 7, that person, and at 7 you say, sorry, time up, next. So where is the time for personal engagement? So you need to take that time out. We don't work with machines, we work with humans. Humans bring their baggage of emotions with them. Whether it is positive or negative, they will take that baggage back. So you need to understand the circumstances like work from home that Hari and I mentioned. People are struggling with this. We need to have that empathy, understand, try to work with them and tell them you also struggle with a similar thing, right? To engage them. If they then understand that you take also some cuts, just like they do, you're ready to compromise, that you are very aware of their situation, right? Then they understand you are part of the team, and then they start believing you. If you have that same message, that red thread, what is the goal? You don't come today and say, let's go north, and tomorrow you come south, day after tomorrow east, then they will say, does he know where he's going? And I'm following him. So that's not necessarily the best thing to do, right? Getting nowhere and getting there fast, kind of. So have a very clear goal and target that you want to do. And then everyone's role. You know, there is this Myers-Briggs model of personality. You know, those are people who are thinkers, people who are extroverts, introverts, all of that. Understand who we have. You cannot have an R&D, you know, the design engineer come up and say, you make a PowerPoint presentation and talk about return on invest. He will say, sorry, I don't know why you people don't get it, you know, because he's that techie guy. But the marketing guy will throw you a talk that tells you exactly how things are done and sell you a product that wasn't even there, right? So how do you use all of these skill set? And once you exploit this, once everyone knows his role, like a Swiss machine, you know, then things start working, you start getting results, and that belonging of that successful team starts motivating, engaging people and getting there across, right?
Right. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, sir.
Something.
One of the most fascinating things for me in the last 12 months of all of us working virtually has been where I have been invited virtually in people's homes, and I have invited people into my home. This is my home. What you're seeing on the screen is my home. And it really has added an additional human element that sometimes you miss when you're at a workplace, because at a workplace, everybody is in the same environment. And lots of organizations have done this, and we certainly have at ours at Expedia, where we want people to be comfortable working in your own home because children are not being able to go to school. I think the happiest people have been your pets, your dogs and your cats, because they love having you around. We've had team meetings where leaders, including the CEO of the company, he's petting his dog as he's talking to us because the dog wants his attention. There are kids on mom's laps. It's been fascinating to see as to what this crisis had actually offered us in terms of bringing a completely new dimension and element that we could not have kind of thought about. And so we've done a lot of labs virtually. So I'll stop at that, but I just wanted to give a perspective on how wonderful.
Yeah. I'm actually going to continue. I'm going to take this question forward in the sense that my next question, which comes from Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey, faculty at SSR IMR Silvassa. Now, he's saying that with this working from home that we've just spoken about, how does one figure out the work-life balance? That's the age-old question. So striking the right work-life balance during these times when you're working from home.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I can give it a shot, and then Manish, I can turn it over to you. During the early, so work-life balance is actually, to me, it's less of a balance. It's work and life is pretty much the same thing. It's just a different side of the coin, and I think Manish talked about it as well. There is no such thing called balance. It's a choice that you make. And in the beginning of the crisis, there is no such thing called balance, because in a crisis, it is about being in a survival mode, and it all depends upon what is the job that you do. If you think about first responders, if you think about healthcare workers, and so on and so forth, if you think about all of us who run businesses, we had almost 20-hour days. There was no such thing called 9 to 5 and you're going home, because you're responsible for a community, for your employees, and so on and so forth. I think as the time goes along, you can try and bring balance into your life. But in the crisis, and since this question is about crisis, striking a balance is actually an aspiration. You should not be striking for a balance. You should be striking for whatever needs to be done to get things right and to get things stable. Once your business is stable, once your team is stable, once the economy is stable and what have you, then you can work towards a balance. But during that time window, if you're trying to work towards balance, you might actually not be able to win the game, is the way I see it. But Manish, you may have a different perspective.
No, I was just looking at what do I do, right? So this is not my home, by the way, right? So this is the Neuschwanstein Castle in the south of Germany. But in the room that I'm sitting in, next to it, there is 3 drum sets that I have, right? So playing drums is something that I like to do. Why do we miss balance? And why don't we have balance in life? And it's a question of mental balance. The question is also for me, how passionate are you with what you do? And if you are very passionate, you have that one mind, the effort needed would not be to fight against something, but to achieve something, right? So it comes intrinsically. So I think one thing is to check whether you're doing that thing that makes you happy, then you will do it passionately. Second thing is you would need to have balance simply because otherwise at the cost of something will not work. So as I keep a drum set and I have a treadmill which I want to buy, I walk. I started meetings, walk the talk, so you cannot meet in the office. So I go with my management team once in a while for a walk for more than an hour. We walk the meeting. Yeah, walking also helps thinking, by the way. You can think better if you're walking. So there are various techniques one can use to figure out whether your physical well-being is there. If you want to deal with crisis, you want to free up some space in mind because you are bogged down by that daily rigmarole of things. So doing something that taxes your brain, and drums do that because all your extremities are doing different things. Unless you are focusing on playing the drums, you will not play the drums, right? Left hand, right leg, and all of that stuff. So it so cuts off your mind from your work that even half an hour of playing drums can get you down to a different level. So try to do things where mentally you are completely pushed to the limit. Yeah, even teaching my 3-year-old son or 7-year-old son mathematics gets me there. So you can find different ways to get some balance in your life. Yeah?
Great. Teaching my son maths will never get me there, but yes, I wouldn't not mind trying drums sometime. But there is this question which is a lot in demand, so I'm going to take this as we are closing time. There's Ritik in the audience, Atul in the audience right now with us, Satyam Sharma, student, PUMBA BBHFM, Kaiser Sheikh, faculty at Zydus Hospital, Jayant Kate, visiting faculty at PUMBA. All of them have been asking, what is the secret to keep our team together, keep the team happy, keep the team motivated, have a high morale, especially during these times when employees are a little on the edge and they are feeling a little fearful of losing their jobs. So how to keep them together?
Manish,
I leave it open to both of you.
Yeah, Manish, do you want to go, and then I'll take it later?
Okay.
Manish, I think you're on mute.
Okay, now I guess you should be fine, right?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
people leave managers, they don't leave organizations. One thing, and that means somewhere you have a lot to do if you fear this thing. And fear comes from two things. One, of the unknown. You are afraid you are not alone when you're supposed to be alone, kind of stuff, right? So clarity and purpose helps you understand where you're going. Thirdly, hiding is not going to help that, right? So if you say, oh, nothing's going to happen, then you've got to fire some people. It will not work out. And I had some challenges with that or experiences in restructuring thousands of people in one of my assignment. There is no way around discussing these things than discussing them as they are, honestly, and with the larger goal. It is the same challenge a surgeon has when he has to ampute a hand which has cancer because he wants to save the whole body. So there are tough decisions you need to take, and that's where you need to be your strongest, right? So if you want to keep teams motivated and stuff like this, you've got to adapt. You've got to have tough targets so that you don't end up at the point where they feel they will lose a job. You've got to tell them what is at stake, because when they understand what is at stake, then they will understand what to expect and not. And as Hari said, expecting a monetary reward during these times is not correct. Just to give a reference, I think you will find hardly any organization in Germany, a large organization, that has given any bonus to its employees last fiscal year. Right. So it is a clear thing that people should understand this. And believe me, people know this. But if you tell them this, why you're doing it, if you tell them what is the business situation, how much money you're burning, yesterday, Carsten Spohr from Lufthansa said, now we have it under control that we burn 2 million an hour only. 2 million an hour is what we burn only. So that is the scale. If people understand, then people will know what is at stake if I were an employee of Lufthansa. If I don't tell this, then I don't know what is happening, and uncertainty causes this. Motivating people means they have to come with a smile on their face. And you've not got to just ignore and ask, how are you? I'm fine. Okay, move on. You've got to ask them. You've got to have a genuine interest in what is going on in their mind. You've got to have a genuine desire to solve their problems and come across to help them, be it homeschooling or whatever. And then you will see that people also have a genuine interest in the company, because you spend 90% of your day with those people. That is your workforce. And if you don't understand this, you will not have that team that made you their leader, right? Hari?
Yeah, so, how do you motivate team during a crisis? I'm going to tell you a story, my story, where I failed, and I failed miserably. So I'll just pick on one example. So I'm going to go back to October of 1992, many years ago, 28 years ago. But it was one evening in October of 1992 that changed me entirely, one evening. And this was in October. And I was a manager, a 22-year-old manager of a very famous coffee shop in the Oberoi Grand Hotel in Calcutta. And you know, October is Durga Puja season in Bengal and in Calcutta, where everybody goes out. You try and go into 5-star hotels. Your hotel is busy, your restaurant is busy. And I was a very young manager. My restaurant that could seat 180 people was absolutely packed. My every table was occupied, every chair was occupied. My staff was going crazy. Things were out of control. Things were in crisis mode. We did not have enough spoons and forks and glasses, even for a glass of water. And there I was as a manager, and all I did was welcome the customers when they came into the restaurant. I used to seat them. I used to go back to the hostess desk. I used to chit chat with the hostess. I would look around the restaurant and I could see that my staff was sweating. Things were out of control. There were customers that were yelling sometimes because their food was not coming on time. And all I did was just welcome customers. And once in a while, I would go and ask the customers, hey, are you enjoying your meal? And they'd say yes. And then I would go back and stand. Not once did I roll up my sleeves and help my team. 11 o'clock in the night, once the restaurant was under control a little bit, I went behind the bar and I started helping what we call the senior captain, the next person after me, right after the manager. And his name was Biplab Datta. And when I started helping him wash the glasses, he asked me to stop helping him. And I said, why, Biplab? And he said, you let us down today. I said, why? Why do you say that? He said, you could see your staff needing help, and not once as a manager did you pitch in and help. And he said two things to me that changed my life that evening. He said, the day you can wash these glasses faster and better than I can is the day you have won your title as that of a manager. You may wear the manager's clothes, but today you let us down. Second, he said, is if you think about the organization, it's like a pyramid. You are at the top here and the rest of us are at the bottom. And that's fine because that's the organization structure. But if you put this triangle on its back, this is the bow of the ship. And the bow of the ship always removes obstacles. It never creates an obstacle. And today, you are an obstacle for us. Those two things changed my outlook on leadership and management completely. Still to this day that I credit Biplab Datta from October of 1992. The ability to roll up my sleeves. I will never do anything that I will never ask my staff to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. And second is, I don't care about titles. I call myself a chief obstacle remover because that's the job of leaders. So when you think about how do you engage teams and how do you motivate teams, there are so many things that a manager can do. Manish has given some amazing examples. Previous speakers has given some amazing examples. To me, this was a live example of how it has changed kind of my life. So hopefully that was helpful. On how I failed, and I failed miserably. It was terrible.
Yes, but thanks for sharing it with us. October 1992, Oberoi's Biplab. That was a lovely story, and it gets home the point beautifully. And I must also add that last evening I got a message from someone who's trained under you at the Oberoi's, and she's right here in the audience here, Snehal Sarkar. And she very fondly remembers you. And moving on to the next question now, which comes from my co-host Govinda, who's studying MBA PBT here at PUMBA. And his question is there a mantra for job seekers in this tough situation? And also, are there any 3 skills that you would recommend young professionals that they should possess to win in the current job market? Any mantra and 3 skills for now for students graduating?
Oh my goodness, if only there was a mantra for things, we would be chanting it. We would be chanting it every day. I think there are, again, there are many things that comes to my mind. I'll just focus my response on 2 things. One is just be great at your craft. It is really, really important for you to be good at your craft. You know, if you say you are a mechanic, or if you say you are, you know, a financial analyst, or if you like finance and so on, just be great at your craft, because that becomes a fundamental starting point, and then everything builds on that. So that's one that comes to my mind. The second thing that comes to my mind, which I wish I knew, to be honest, I wouldn't worry about the first job that you get out of college has got to be the exact perfect job that you've been waiting for. It is okay if you don't, life is going to evolve for you. You know, I show an analogy, or I'll share an analogy of, if you've seen a rock climber who climbs a, you know, a mountain, very rarely do they go straight up. They go from side to side to side to side to side to climb the summit, right? Very rarely do they go straight up. Life is going to be very, very similar. So what I would say is, don't be overtly concerned that the first job that I get has got to be at Amazon or Google or Facebook or whatever the company that you have in mind. Maybe it is a great starting point, but don't be overtly obsessed about it. What I would say to be obsessed about is, what are the components a job needs to have that is going to bring out the best in you? So whatever job that you're going to go after, think about those 2 or 3 things that is most important for you. And then try and understand from the company or the recruiter or through the interview process, what are the aspects of that job? And if you see there is a match, it doesn't matter the company, just go for it. Because the job and the makeup of the job is going to bring out the best in you. And when that happens, you know, life is going to unfold for you, and you will go from side to side to side to side, and then eventually you will get to wherever it is that you want to go to. So my thing is, be great at your craft and know about what are the things that is going to bring out the best in you. And then life will take over, and it's fine. It's going to be just fine.
Yes, and Mr. Udas, would you like to share some here?
Yes, I would say, you know, McRaven quoted saying that, can you hear me? I hope you
Yes,
can.
yes,
Right?
yes.
So McRaven quoted that the difference between general people and great people is that difference in which how did they manage the uncertainties and unfairnesses of life. That is the difference. So stop cribbing, look up, stand up to the deal, fight, because that is the crisis gets the best in you. So one thing is, you know, don't talk about your past and I had such a life and, you know, oh God, I need 3 kerchiefs to cry. Stand up. That is where you are, and that is what you are. It's not about what you have. It is about what you make of what you have, right? Secondly, I would say we often tend to start applying left, right, and center. Do you have a goal? Do you know what is your skill set? Do you know what do you want to work with? Because at the end of the day, you are working with people, right? Like Michael Jordan says, talent wins games, teamwork wins championships. If you work for a wrong leader, you will not get anywhere. So are you working for a company that has principles, ethics? Hari in the previous, and even the pro vice chancellor mentioned this. Do you know which companies and sectors and for whom you want to work with? What is the quality? What is it you want? Do you like to do and where you want to do? So reflect always. Yeah, have a clear understanding about yourself, because if you don't know who you are, how will you be what you want to be? Yeah. Second thing I would say is, it is a probability game. Have you done enough to get a job? What can you do and what can you not do? There is a prayer that tells us, you know, God, we give me the strength to change the things that I can, accept those that I cannot, and the intelligence to differentiate between the two. Have I applied to all those companies and things like this? And then don't shy away from doing something. And as Hari in this call mentioned, you know, if you can wash dishes, you have to not look at people calling you something. You have to start being part of it and contributing, getting something to the table. So I would say, have a clear understanding about yourself and what you want to do. Second is, do the things that you can do to the best you can. And the third would be, as I said, don't look for titles, this and that, but look at where you can contribute. And that should be something that should help you, hopefully.
Hi, well, I am actually talking from Nidhi's connection because my, headphones drained out. We are just now closing the event. There are still a few questions that we would have, and maybe I'll connect to the two of you together. But since we have a little bit crossed our timelines, I will just carry on. I'll have Govinda to proceed and conclude the event for the day. Govinda, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and I thank both the guests for addressing all the questions of our audience. I'm sure we learned a lot from your thoughts and views. So moving on, now it's time to talk about all those people whom you wouldn't see, but without them, this event wouldn't have been a successful one. Yes, it's time to recognize the efforts of all those people who have been working tirelessly behind the screen to ensure that the whole program runs smoothly. And to do this, I request Dr. Manish Verma, the Associate Professor of PUMBA, to please share the thank you note with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Govinda. Am I audible to all of you? Please check the mic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Govinda. First of all, let me thank the two speakers of the session now, Mr. Hari and Mr. Manish, who being in a different timeline actually were able to manage the things. And thanks to our backup team who has been continuously following up the things. Both of them actually given a crisis situation, how to handle that. And to be very honest, a lot of questions has come in this session because of the pandemic. There was a situation that everything is going virtual and online, so a lot of problem that the audience are not attentive or something, that the problem we had faced earlier. But here in this 2 days session, I can see there are a lot of audience who are totally attentive and actually asking the question to the panelists, and I'm thankful to them that they had given their time and given answer to best of the things. And probably I hope the answer had been given to the satisfaction of the audience. Although as Arti ma'am had said, there are a lot of questions had been that has been there. So we'll handle those questions online and try to answer them via mail or putting the answers on the site. Apart from the speaker, let me thank the Pro Vice Chancellor of our university, Dr. N.S. Umrani sir, and Registrar of the university, who is also a Director of our SPPU School of Business, Dr. Praful Pawar sir, who in spite of their busy schedule has taken a time and actually addressed the session. Uh, Apart from this, our dynamic
I think we have
I
lost
hope
more.
there was a
Yeah.
certain discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, my voice is clear. Yeah. So Dr. Surbi Jain ma'am, who is actually the force behind all the show, Dr. Shilpa Bide ma'am, and Dr. Arti Prabhu, who has been running the show from last 2 days. Let me thank all my colleagues, and I should not forget to thank all the seminar seal team members, including all the anchors and other thing. The some person which we can see on the screen, but there are many team who are working behind the screen. I must thank them all. At the same time, let me take this privilege to all my support team, that are technical staff, Satish Pawar and team, my admin staff, as well as the students who are at their places and come together to make this show as a success. I know the people are working from last 2 months for the success of this event. There are a lot of changes that was happening because of certain unavoidable situation, but we are able to manage the things very well. So I thank you all indeed. And I can just declare that the event was very successful, and by thanking all, thanking all, even those people who somehow I had missed, and of course I could mention some of the people who had directly or indirectly involved in this. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manish, sir. for that thank you note. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shilpa Bhide ma'am, professor at PUMBA, professor at Savitribai Phule Pune University, to please share a few words with the audience. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Govinda. So all the participants were there for this summit. So over the last 2 days, we had very interesting sessions from eminent industry leaders. And on behalf of the seminar cell, to express our gratitude to everyone who has not only guided us, motivated us, and supported us, I now call upon one of our seminar cell members, Akash Kaniche. Akash, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, and the seminar cell, I, Akash Kaniche, TYBB HFM student, would like to share heartfelt gratitude to all who have been part of Global Leadership Summit 2021, as we embark to celebrate 50 glory years of PUMBA. I begin thanking each session speakers for making lasting impression on us with their thoughts and insights. It has been immense learning for all of us. I also would like to thank leadership of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Nitin Karmarkar, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. N.S. Umrani, Registrar and as well as Director of Savitribai Phule Pune University's School of Business, Dr. Praful Pawar sir, Head of our department, Dr. Surbhi Jain, and all the thanks for all the encouragement, guidance, and support. I mention hearty thanks to all the faculty and teaching and non-teaching faculties of PUMBA. A special mention to IT cell, Mr. Satish Pawar, Mr. Vikrant sir, and Ankush sir, and also the admin team of PUMBA who has helped us with back-end support. A special mention to seminar cell faculty coordinator, Dr. Shilpa Bhide ma'am, and Dr. Aarti Prabhu for their guiding support. The experience was great learning and memorable in every sense. Here, I receive a big thank you to Shahanil Umab, seminar cell coordinator, the silent operator, and truly one-man army. His committed work has culminated into a success of Global Leadership Summit that the Global Leadership Summit we have witnessed. A quick shout out to Suraj, Nidhi, Shivani for handling the storm with the backend team. A fond mention to all the anchors for reaching out and improvising till the end. All you guys were super. Thank you to volunteers as well who have worked in various fronts. The event would not have been possible without you. Also, I would like to thank Placement Cell and Alumni Relations Cell who have helped us with the event's work. And last but not the least, the audience. You are true heroes for being part of Global Leadership Summit 2021 on Zoom, those who have connected on Facebook. We will continue to bring many more iterations of golden year of PUMBA. Thank you. Over to you, Govinda.
Thank you, Akash. So audience, with that, we have reached the closing of this mega event of PUMBA, the Global Leadership Summit 2021. I thank each one of you for being with us on these 2 historic days of PUMBA. We hope you all had a great time listening to the key speakers. So audience, now we are ending this, and before that, I request all of you to please stand wherever you are at your respective location for the national anthem. So please sing along with us while we play the song now.
शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे सब जय
जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, audience. You all can make yourself comfortable. So once again, before we conclude today's this 2021 summit, I thank each one of you